Happy Halloween! Happy Halloween because today is October 31st, 2024. Hello! Thanks for tuning in if you're live or on replay. Today's going to be a long one. I've put on the spooky filter because, I don't know, I wanted to have some sort of decorative fun in here. But yeah, I didn't really dress up this year for Halloween. What are you guys up to? Honestly, I'm so excited to go live today, but I will admit, because it's a holiday and because I've had a lot going on in the background, I haven't prepared as much as I wanted to for this stream, but I thought maybe I could take you guys through my process without having done the research. So this is going to be a long one, but I think if you're like down to hang out, maybe we can like spend time together and you can see the process from start to finish, because I think that's what helped me when I got into this. And if you're new here and you're interested in writing your own novels and using cryptography to write a prolific satire and use it as a means of, you know, sharing your work with the world in an encrypted format, then you're in the right place. And hopefully through this research you can kind of see what my approach is and what I can delve into with you guys. So that's it for the intro speech. I was really just going to get right into it, really. And yeah, not much other news other than like holiday stuff and books, and I got this whiteboard. It's trying to help me with like planning, but sometimes I leave it real behind. I started a calendar app that was recommended to me, so now I've been like trying to finish my novel through this app it's a calendar. So every week I've been like, okay, well this week you need to do the sacred text, which I did last time, and my stream was all about the religious texts. And then I was like, well, okay, if I want to write a book, I don't just need to know about religion. I also really need to know about world politics and all the famous books about philosophy and psychology that could really help understand what kind of world I am building. So that's why I called it World Build and Scholarly Text, whereas like my last stream was World Origin, right? So World Origin was the focus of religion. Like, we was talking about the major religions in that, and how did this cosmogony begin? How did your universe begin in your novels? And the topic was Earth, because that's what any of us really have access to in terms of memories or experiences, what goes on here on Earth. So we looked at it through the lens of like the religion aspect and the cosmogony and how this universe came to be and all the different mythologies surrounding it. And then we delved right into, well, there's so many books that came after that help build the laws and the physics and the way that humans interact within that world that was created. So that's why we're going to look at a bunch of scholarly texts. And yes, Plato and Aristotle, we're going to start with them. We're actually going to start with Pythagoras. So if you're a fan of like numerology, Pythagoras is one of the first encounters that you have really with like ancient history in terms of like the Western world. So yeah, we'll take a look at Pythagoras, Plato, Aristotle, and then we're going to go all the way into every century almost. So without further ado, I'm actually going to take this spooky filter off. I just wanted it for the beginning. And yeah, I hope you guys are good. I haven't been on in a while, have I? But thanks for sticking with this channel. I know that like you didn't necessarily need to stick on and subscribe whilst I was kind of having a hiatus, but now that I'm back, I'm also kind of rebranding the page in terms of like I'm going into the fiction world and writings is my focus. But at the back of the end of it, it's like I'm only writing because filmmaking is the goal So I want to write the best film, and I know that the best films all started with the best books. So, and to write the best books, you need to read a ton of books. So it kind of just got into this like back forward motion of like, oh, I have to step back and create my work through the medium of writing first before I can take it to the big screen. But yeah, okay. This is exciting for me because I don't even know like where this is going. So it's more a spontaneous stream, and that is kind of fun too, at least for me, because then I can just, I don't know, hang out. Like, this would be a normal hangout session. Like, I don't know, if we were ever friends in real life, this is how I would be, or like what I would like to talk about. So yeah. Okay, so what we're gonna do now is flip it so it's more of like your typical YouTube video where my screen's gonna be smaller and we're gonna look at a piece of paper and delve into it. But I kind of just want to like shake you guys up because I don't know, this can be really heavy, boring stuff. Like, and I am not the type of person that when I say I read something, I'm like, I didn't like sit down and think every single letter and every single word through. I'm a scanner. Like, I scan stuff because we only have a short amount of time here on Earth, let alone to like finish a project. So you can't get hung up about like, oh my God, I want to write the next, I don't know, I want to write the next Harry Potter series, but I can't imagine having to read all the books that I need to be able to like write that, you know what I mean? And let alone in just a few years. But what I'm saying is like, okay, you can write the next Harry Potter, and yes, you will need a lot of references, you will need a lot of lore to go into it to make sense, but you don't need to read everything word for word. You can just scan it. That's part of being an intellectual, is knowing how to fast forward through like encyclopedias of work. And it's not a cop-out as long as you're like documenting some of like your findings, because on the flip side, you could do a lot of scanning, and if you're not documenting it, you're gonna forget. So although I scan, I also keep a really neat archive, and you guys have seen how I did it with the world the world origin. I had like this, I'll show you, but this Google Sheets document where basically I probably have it here actually. Let me show you guys. So that's ChatGPT. So yeah, I had this document that I had for the other build, right? This was the one for the world religions, and I have basically all the famous sacred texts here. And then I would put like a tick once I'm done. Once I'm done scanning it, once I'm done watching a video, and then once you click through, you could see like more information about it. So like that's how you would figure it out. Like, you don't have to keep too much archives, but just enough to like Control F and find it in the future. So yeah, this is how I like archive my work. I think you guys can do it however you like, obviously, but it's just one option to play with. So I wanted to not only just focus on the sacred text as I mentioned, because this can only tell you so far about the human spirit. This is honestly like just majorly about how the world came to be. A lot of people believe in the Big Bang Theory in modern day, but a lot of that was taken from ancient Egyptian, ancient Sumerian lore, and beyond that, who knows, like everything from Hermeticism and like Atlantean mysticism that got washed in from the very early days of humanity. So this is like great for that kind of like setting the scene, but it doesn't really tell me much about what the heck happened throughout human history. Like, there's some of it in the Bible, but it's pale in comparison to what you're gonna get to reading scholarly texts. So what we're going to do now is focus on our scholarly texts. And as you can see, I haven't prepared this one as much like the other one, but I found this to be more of a project that I could do live. So let's go. All right, guys. So I have a chat box here if you're wondering why I left this down below like empty. I don't know if this chat box is working, but honestly, I don't know if anyone's even going to catch me live. That's not the point. If someone does, great. I'm going to leave it there anyway, but because usually some people do trickle in and it's exciting to like read your messages, but that's not really why I'm logged in here. I'm doing this for myself. I need to get this work done. Like, I'm not even kidding. I'm so behind deadline. I told you guys I started that app where I'm like putting deadlines for myself, and I'm behind. So what we need to do is find links for all of these texts. And while I advocate for like getting physical hard copies of these books, while I advocate for that, it's really heavy. Like, this is the complete work of Plato, but it's super heavy, and this cost me about like 30 pounds or 50. I don't really remember. So this book, like if you get them one by one, like this is just Aristotle's Metaphysics. Good Lord, I don't even know how big of a book, if I had gotten Aristotle's complete works, like that would be ludicrous how big the book would. So you can opt for only getting just one of, like whatever bibliography that the author has. And this is like 10 pounds a book. So here, like for example, like I have 2 Aristotle books. Why? Because Aristotle's works are quite dry. It's very like teacher. It's literally like a textbook. These are textbooks. Aristotle did not, from my understanding, Aristotle did not actually keep good archives. So it's a lot of like 80% of what Aristotle's work has been lost. I think that's what it was. Not that he didn't keep archives, but a lot of it was lost. Okay, that's what it was. So what we have remaining is like very like what he taught his students, kind of, not really like his actual books. Meanwhile, Plato, on the other hand, is very fiction based. It's more like the Iliad and the Odyssey from Homer. It's got more of a story and a setting. It's still teaching you stuff about the world, but it's not a textbook. Like a lot of it is fictionalized. So that's why I draw for Plato more, because while it's like you always hear about everyone quoting Plato, like Plato is literally a scholar, but he's also a fiction novelist, in my opinion. So that's what makes Plato special, and that's why I invested in Plato's entire work, and I really love it. It's like, there's so much about him that I could go on about. But yeah, so you got 2 options here, right? You can either get the whole anthology, or you could get book by book, whatever you need. These are the only 2 books that I'm like, these are kind of relevant to what I'm personally doing. And then you can, like Zachariah Sitchin is another author that you could look into. We're going to probably end with him, one of his books. So, but that's besides the point. That's if you want to spend money, and I get it, because a lot of this is like collector's items, and it can be a large upfront cost to be like, well, I need so many books for my series, but what the heck, am I gonna buy every single book? No. What's good about A, sacred texts, and B, scholarly texts, is especially the really old ones, they've passed on to public domain, so you can find them for free. And yeah, all right, so we're gonna start with finding Pythagoras's what do you call it, book. Well, okay, he technically didn't write it, is what I hear about this, but it's attributed to Pythagoras, so it's basically it is. So what we're gonna do is take a closer look here at this sheet so that you know what we're working with, okay? So we're going to start with, like we said, 600 BC, ancient Greece, and Pythagoras over here is the start of our journey. We're going to go into Plato, Aristotle, and then some other authors that I'm even not familiar with, but I'm like, heck, they should probably like be listed in here. Because kind of I've probably heard something and I should probably inform myself. So Euclid, let's see, Sun Tzu, Hermes Trismegistus, Nicolas Flamel. Nicolas Flamel is very influenced in Harry Potter. Like if you read the Harry Potter wiki, you're gonna find stuff about Nicolas Flamel, so that's why I'm like, I gotta include him. Marcus Aurelius, apparently he's a really renowned Roman political author, so I gotta put that. Dante, Divine Comedy, this is really, like, a lot of people have heard about Dante. Cornelius, Agrippa, to get to know more about cryptography. Copernicus, Nostradamus, John Dee, Edward Kelly, King James, and Sir Francis Bacon. Now, why do I have so many of them? The reason is they were my two main one of my two main characters in my books. I have a lot of protagonists in my books. I don't know if you guys seen like the series Skins, but in that series, every episode kind of follows a different person, so everyone's kind of a protagonist. So that's how I'm like doing this. But basically, yeah, we're gonna see King James 6 and I and Sir Francis Bacon, who are the brains behind the William Shakespeare, because a lot of people allege that Shakespeare wasn't a person, it was like a collective pen name. So King James was basically financially backing, and that's actually true. You can look it up. It was backing Shakespeare's Globe Theater, so giving them money to perform, while it was speculated that Francis Bacon, with his renowned pen, his authorship, and his cryptography skills, was behind writing many of the poems and sonnets and books by Shakespeare. So that's the conspiracy that I'm like drawn to, and that's why I kind of wanted to include it. And then we're gonna go into the future a bit more. So now we're in the 1600s. Rene Descartes, Galileo Galilei, Isaac Newton, John Locke, Voltaire. Actually, I should put this in a different text. Okay, 1776 is really important. The Declaration of Independence is something that, like, you know, the movie, what do you call it? I always bring it up and I always forget it. National Treasure. National Treasure was one of my favorite movies growing up, and why, obviously, it's because we're like, deep down I knew I was going to end up being a cryptographer or something, because it was already appealing me, this like detective work and history and the occult and all that. So I was like, I latched on to National Treasure, and they steal the Declaration of Independence. There's so many things that they do with like old parchment, or those are all like Easter eggs. And look, the people from National Treasure could have set the film up in a completely different universe and made up documents, but what's the fun in that? Like, using documents that everyone knows about, that are like prolific to our human history. It's like more exciting, because then you feel like as an audience that you're able to participate and relate, because these are documents that you grew up with, if that makes sense. So while you don't have to include them, just be aware and like kind of think of it as like a horror game, you know, because like, you know, in horror games when sorry, it's Halloween, so I had to bring it up, but you know, in horror games where you're finding different parchments of paper and you're like piecing together clues, that's how you kind of have to treat this. Like, you have to like go about and like find these clues and piece them together, because they're important. All right. Alexander Hamilton, Frederick Engels, Karl Marx, Eliphas Levi, Charles Darwin, Karl Marx, Friedrich Nietzsche, Helena Blavatsky, Aleister Crowley a little bit. We already touched on Thelema in the Sacred Text, but I think he has another few books that are like scholarly. Nikola Tesla, Manly P. Hall, Rene Guénon, sorry, I already said that. Carl Jung, Stephen Hawking, Zechariah Sitchin, and this one's a new one, Nicolas, that a British philosopher that I was recently made aware of. Oh. Alright, so while we will not find everyone's book for free, we will be able to find, if we don't find it for free, we're gonna be able to find it, what do you call it, like, oh my gosh. We will be able to find a little synopsis of it. So, yeah. Okay, I hope that wasn't like too much. I know that it was kind of like we delved right into it, and there's a lot. There's definitely a lot, and believe me, I'm already like at the edge of my seat. Like, can I even like finish this document because I'm overwhelmed? But whatever, we're gonna try our best. I honestly, it's Halloween and I have no party to attend to, nothing. Like, I would rather do this and find it spooky to look at old history books and things like that than actually go to a Halloween party. So, I don't know, nerds unite, I guess. Okay, so I want to now take you guys through basically the research, the way to research this. And my presentation. So I will put this here for now while we wait for some sort of chat or something. Oh. Okay. All right. So on Google, start with Pythagoras. Just type it in, basically. You know what to do. Okay, you can't go wrong with the Internet Archive or Project Gutenberg. The Internet Archive tends to be a picture first, like the picture book, and it can get annoying, like I said before, because through this, it's what do you call it? Like, it's you're not able to Control F anything. So if you ever want to copy and paste. So, like I've said before, if you find yourself in this situation where like, well, this is great, like I can read it, but how the heck am I going to actually like do anything with this? Then what you should do is, oh my gosh. It depends on, like I've said before, it depends if it has it, but if you scroll all the way down, you can go here and open in a new link and it'll be that full text. So there might be some glitches and stuff, there always is, but in this way you can Control F, find and highlight and what do you call it, you know. And I might take some breaks, you guys, because it's really it can get really exhausting, and sometimes I have no idea what I'm even looking for at the end of the day. Okay, so what I want to do now is create a new page for Pythagoras. And we are going to copy and paste some information. And I'm gonna use the other one as an example. Okay. Okay, so we've got a preliminary document now to work with, which is good. And so what I want to do is turn this green here. So I'll just put it orange for now, or yellow. And yeah, I just want to know what the golden verses are about. We looked at this. So again, the context. This is what we're trying to read about, and maybe it's more fun to look at it this way. And then if I find anything, I will Control F. So let's go. I love forwards like these and stuff. It makes me so excited. I feel like I'm being talked to by some sort of wise, like, sacred person. Okay, to the travelers who have turned their faces to the dawn and their steps towards the eternal hills is offered this rich fruit of wisdom, that through it they may achieve the understanding of knowledge. So if I could, see, this is what I could do. So, to take that forward, so if you want to keep it, that's what I suggest, is going like, forward, oop. And there you go. Now you have it to remember it, and you technically haven't stolen anything, because this is just for your own records. Also, this is why I do this too, is because if in the future, well, like when I'm so what I'm doing now is research and development. Like I have 6 months of R&D before I actually write. So when it comes to me writing in 6 months, and I'm like, oh my god, what was that really cool forward in the book by Pythagoras? Like, in order for me to not have to go back and go through all that research again, like going on Google, going on whatever, now all I have is everything in one document, and all I have to do is go to this tab and be like, oh, that's right. You know what I mean? So this is why it's so important to kind of do this part first. Translators forward, I technically don't read those, because usually they don't have that much to offer. Like, you want to get to the direct quotes of this. Discourse under the essence and form of poetry. Okay. Wow, this is still the editor's forward, I think. Also, this might not be like, you gotta double check if this is the source document, because sometimes they are commentaries. So this might be, at the end of the day, just commentary. So be careful with that too. It might say like that. See, this is written by someone else. Fabre de Oliviet. The golden verses, Pythagoras. This is what I've seen before, so I think this is actually it. The golden verses are just actually that. They're just verses. It's not like an actual... I think this book is just a commentary on it. So instead of this, we're going to do commentary. And then we're going to do direct link. Okay. So commentary forward. So disclaimer, Pythagoras didn't really write that. That would be my disclaimer. But let's get to actually reading them, and then we will do some more history. So the golden verses of Pythagoras. Since it's so little, what I would do is actually just copy the entire thing, because that way you can, again, control and find if you ever needed to. And then golden verses. Okay. So now that I'm glad that I have them, they're there to keep. Now I'm gonna read them. Okay. Scan them. So we're gonna scan them, right? Okay, the golden verses of Pythagoras. First, worship the immortal gods as they are established and ordained by the law. Reverence the oath and next the heroes full of goodness and light. Honor likewise the terrestrial demons by rendering them the worship lawfully due to them. What the heck? What does that mean? That's weird. Terrestrial demons by rendering... Okay, we'll have to come back to that. That doesn't make any sense. Honor likewise thy parents and those mostly related to thee. Of all the rest of mankind, make him thy friend who distinguishes himself by virtue. Always give ear to his mild exhortations and take example from his virtuous. Avoid as much as possible hating thy friend for a slight fault. That's so good. Understand that power is a near neighbor to necessity. Power is a near neighbor to necessity? What? Okay. Know that all these things as I have told thee, and accustom thyself to overcome and vanquish. Vanquish these passions, first gluttony, sloth, sensuality, and anger. Do nothing evil, neither in the presence of others nor privately. Agreed. I mean, this is kind of reminding me, obviously, of the golden rule and like, what is it? The tablets of the... What are the tablets? You know what I mean? Oh my gosh. You know what I mean. The 10 golden rules? Is that what they were called? It's getting late, you guys, and I might be going senile with all the research that I have to do. Above all things, respect thyself. In the next place, observe justice in thy actions. Accustom not thyself to behave in anything without rule. Always make this reflection that it is ordained by destiny that all men should die. Yes, that's just what happens. The goods of fortune and uncertain. The goods of fortune are uncertain, and that as they may be acquired, so they may be lost. Oh, yeah, okay. Concerning all the calamities that men suffer by divine fortune, support with patience thy lot, and be what it may, and never repine at it. But endeavor what thou canst to remedy, and consider that fate does not send the greatest portion of these misfortunes to good men. There are many men among sorts of reasonings good and bad. Admire them not too easily, nor reject them. But if falsehoods be advanced, hear them with mildness, and arm thyself with patience. Observe well on every occasion what I am going to tell thee. Let no man, either by his words or by his deeds, ever seduce thee, nor entice thee to say or to do what is not profitable for thyself. Consult and deliberate before thou act, that thou mayest not commit foolish actions. For it is the part of a miserable man to speak and act without reflection, but do that which will not afflict thee afterwards. Never do anything which thou dost not understand, but learn. Okay, so in no wise neglect the health of the body, give it drink and meat in due measure, and also the exercise. Accustom thyself to a way of living that is neat and decent, without luxury. Avoid all things that will occasion envy. Do not be prodigal out of season. Neither be covetous. Oh my gosh. What did I just read? I didn't even want to go back. Okay, we have to like never suffer sleep to those eyelids. Wherein have I done amiss? Okay, so now I'm just like, what is going on? Because a lot of this is freaking me out now. But can you believe like what's in these old stuff? Sometimes I'm just like, oh my god. Like, and even in the Bible, there's things that you just, like, raise your eyebrows at, and it's like, these are accepted, like, O Jupiter, our Father, if thou deliver men from all the evils that oppress them. So, obviously, all of this was kind of just, like, written about Pythagoras. So that's the disclaimer that we have to ask ChatGPT now is that, because like I'm thinking like that can't be Pythagoras's words, so let me ask you. So, who wrote Golden? Okay, so the golden verses attributed to Pythagoras are a collection of 71 verses that encapsulated his philosophical and ethical teachings. Although Pythagoras did not write these, they were compiled by his followers, particularly the Pythagoreans. These verses are believed to have been written in the 4th century. Okay, so as you can see, that obviously not by Pythagoras, so that's the disclaimer we have to put in our thing to remember. And that's the disclaimer. Okay, so now that we have that, what did I learn? I mean, obviously there was a lot to get through that we didn't, but I think because it had some inflammatory language, I was just kind of like, well, I don't even know if I need to know more about this, but at least I know, like, at least I can say I've looked into it. Like, I'm not someone that hasn't, so that's what we're gonna do, and I'm gonna start making an index. So I like to keep an index to go back to the main channel. So now I can always go back, and I link it here. Oh, what I Alright, so that's how I go about it. Now, the Apology by Plato, I've read it already. I made notes on the actual hard copy, as I said. And let me bring it up online. So, what is it? Plato, the Apology. Read online. Okay, so the Apology is also called the Socratic defense. Socrates' defense. So if you've heard of that in history, it's allegedly Socrates, the philosopher, was sentenced to death because allegedly the government was saying that he was corrupting the youth with his ideas. And whilst Socrates obviously was defending himself through his speech, unfortunately it still didn't end well for him, the sentencing. So Socrates never wrote anything down, but Plato was his pupil, and Plato adored Socrates. So what Plato did was write about Socrates through his life. And while I think like the Apology is quite historical, like accurate, I also do believe it is fictionalized to a certain degree. And as you get more into Plato's works, Socrates becomes more and more fictionalized. So why start with the Apology? Well, this book starts with it too, the Socratic defense. And I believe it's because it is from 399 BC. It's one of the older ones from Plato. So I could read it from here really quick. And I've actually done a tab of Plato on my other, because I actually put it in here somewhere too. I put Greek. Did I? Oh no, I haven't made it yet. So this will be my first Plato. So from here I can just duplicate it and put Plato, and then the Apology. Okay, so where does it start? The forwards are sometimes so long, it's ridiculous. Hello. Introduction. Okay, when does the introduction stop? This is one of the worst documents I've ever seen. Oh no. Okay, this one starts right away. There we go. Okay, so how are you, O men of Athens? So with this kind of text, because it's so long, I wouldn't copy the whole thing. I'll just start with little bits of like information that gives me some context of like how he writes, what kind of buzzwords he's using, kind of like that. So I would go like I would probably take the first bit and the middle and the end, and that's how I would go about this. So introduction, and this stuff can get so annoying. Like that. So Socrates is addressing the courtroom, And so he's saying, how have you felt, O men of Athens, at hearing the speeches of my accusers? They have persuasive words, almost made me forget who I was, and yet they have hardly spoken a word of truth. So, boom. He's like clapping back at the people who are accusing him of corrupting the youth. Many as their falsehood was. So it's a lot of like, what do you call it? Like, ornate language, because it is a court law, and he's trying to like persuade the judges and the oh my god, what are the people who like there's like a name for the people who are not the judges, but they like help the judge decide who wins the case. So that it's a huge like opening statement of like, so then he says, so what do the slanderers say? They shall so I'll copy this too, because so slanders diverse What do the slanderers say? They shall be my prosecutors. Socrates is an evildoer and a curious person who searches into things under the earth and the heaven, and he makes the worse appear the better cause, and he teaches the aforesaid doctrines to others. This is the nature of the accusation, and this is what you have seen yourselves. So he's saying that's a load of nonsense, and that, like, how could you guys just claim that just because I'm looking into the world and like making ideas. I mean, you got to understand, obviously, this is like 400 BC, so open-mindedness was not like the norm. And he will go on to like just list people. Okay, why do I mention this? I'm going to explain to you why I have such an evil name. What can the god mean, and what is the interpretation of this riddle? I think a lot of it had to do with like people thought he was like he was saying that he was the most wise of them all. Like men is the wisest, who like Socrates, things like that. So that's why it got so bad that they like needed to have a court done on him. Okay, so he's like saying, it's kind of like a debate now. So he's saying, but my goes is not, I want to know who in the first place knows the laws. The judges, Socrates, are the ones present in court. Are the senators? Yes, the senators improve them. Then every Athenian improves them. This is what I stoutly affirm. Which is better, to live among bad citizens or among good ones? Do not the good do their neighbors good, and the bad them evil? Debate. I swear by Zeus. I love that, because that's something that I can take. I'm like, okay, I'm writing about Socrates, and he's in this reincarnation era in my novels. How would he talk? And this is how I could be like, okay, well, they would say, I swear by Zeus. So that stuff like that is interesting. Men of Athens, do not interrupt, but hear me. There was an agreement between us that you should hear me out, and I think that what I am going to say will do you good. Men of Athens. The jury condemns Socrates to death. Socrates comments on his sentence. Not much time will be gained, O Athenians, in return for the evil name which you will get from the detractors of the city, who will say that you killed Socrates, a wise man, for they will call me wise, even though I am not wise, when they want to reproach you. If you had waited a little, your desire would have been fulfilled in the course of nature, for I am far advanced in years, as you may perceive, and not far from death. I am speaking now only to those who have condemned me to death, and I have another thing to say to them. You think that I was convicted through deficiency of words. I mean that if I had thought fit to leave nothing undone, nothing unsaid, I might have gained an acquittal. Not so. The deficiency which led to my conviction was not of words, but I had not the boldness or inclination to address you as you would have liked me to address you. And now, O men who have condemned me, I would fain prophesy for you, for I am about to die, and that is the hour in which men are gifted with prophetic power. And I prophesy to you that who are my murderers, that immediately after my death, punishment far heavier than you have inflicted on me will surely await you. Me you have killed because you wanted to escape the accuser and not to give an account of your lives. But that will not be as you suppose, for I say that there will be more accusers of you there are now. Wow. Friends who would have acquitted me, I would also like to talk with you about this thing. Stay then a while, for may we talk together. I would like to tell you. So he not only he's not only addressing like the guys that have convicted him, but also the people that haven't. So you get the picture, like you get the idea. Jury condemns Socrates. The hour of departure has arrived and we go our ways, I to die and you to live, which is better, God only knows. It's beautiful, and like you said, you can see it's not necessarily like just a historical document. It's got that element of like, it feels like a movie, it feels like a character in a scene, like actually talking to the jury, and like, I don't know, it's honestly so stunning, this novel book, historical, like if it was real, like if it was really real, because a lot of us who study this are kind of like skeptical. We're not really sure. Like, let me just talk to you guys. So like a lot of us feel skeptical, and we feel like these like books, like while we will agree and be like, yes, it is intellectual knowledge, it is as ancient as it is, but it could be completely made up, and or history could have been rewritten. These people could have been fictionalized. The government could have made this pen name and created it themselves. So it's like, at the end of the day, nobody knows if it was really real or if they were whatever. But if we go down the path that it could really be real, then that's like really exciting. Hey guys, hey Maverick, how are you doing? Sorry, I had my chat box hid. You forgot my name? My name is, figure it out. That's my name. Come on, everybody knows my name. How do you not know my name? I don't really want to, like, dox myself anymore. That's kind of like, I've taken a different approach to it now. I used to be like so much more open. At one point I had like everything about me online, like my everything was online, but now I've kind of like dwelled back, but those who know. But anyway, as we were saying, okay, oh yeah, I mean, if it was a real person, I'm blown away by that story. Like, I freaking love Socrates. I think it's so awesome how he's like so intellectual so long ago, 300 BC, like smarter, more intellectual, has more to say, has more knowledge about the world than your day-to-day modern person who's now living in 2024 and has all the gadgets, all the tools, all the internet to help improve themselves, but they're still morally bankrupt and cannot even have a vocabulary because they've ditched it for easy internet jargon. You know what I mean? Like, it's mind-boggling how much the decline, like, has gone through. Like, these days, your average movie cannot even reach the lengths of this scene in Plato. Like, there's not anyone like Plato making movies. And it's been, like, it's confusing. It almost feels like the whole world is, like, been corrupted. Like, take that conspiracy. Take the conspiracy that this might be a government-written book. Why is this infinitely times more interesting and more profound and soul searching, and like it speaks to the human experience? Why does that do more than any of the government propaganda that's circulated now? Like, why did they have such a shift if that conspiracy? So that's where that kind of like that conspiracy fails for me, because I'm like, well, why wouldn't they just filled Plato with absolute gibberish if that was the case? But like, something deep and down feels to me that Plato and Socrates and Aristotle and people like that, who have various people who could vouch for their real life identity, that makes me feel like maybe they were real people. So I think we have a few more Platos to get through, so let's go. Now I will clean these documents up eventually. Right now I understand it's quite messy. Alright, so normally I would make a new tab for everything, but since we're doing Plato all in one, we have to just do it all on one, I think. The apology. This is how we're gonna do it. Okay, so next we're going down and we're gonna make a a bar here and start all over again. Oh, don't need that one. So what we're doing next is the Republic. So I need to find the Republic. Plato, the Republic. Okay. Let's just go straight in. Actually, no. I do think with this one we do need some sort of introduction. So the Republic. Okay, here we go. The Republic of Plato is the longest of his works, with the exception of the Laws. Certainly the greatest of them. There are no near approaches to modern metaphysics. Okay, so let's put that in. As you can see, it's so tedious, you guys, but you gotta do what you gotta do. So introduction. The Republic, let's see, is there anything? Plato among the Greeks, like Bacon among the moderns, was the first who conceived a method of knowledge, although neither of them distinguish it. He has the greatest metaphysical genius whom the world has seen, and in him, more than in any other thinker, the germs of the future knowledge are contained, the sciences of logic and psychology. The fallacy of arguing in a circle. Alright, so this is looking to be more textbook, more of the textbooky, but metaphysics. We'll just put that. So let's get into it now that we kind of have a small understanding of it. It's written in first person, so automatically to me this reads like a novel, but oh well, let's keep going. I went down yesterday, blah, I might offer my prayers. I wanted to see what they would follow, celebrate, blah, blah, blah. Setting the scene. You have a few characters. These names are mad. Okay, so Socrates, you and your computer already, you're not wrong, blah, blah. You don't... Okay, so this is like when Socrates was still alive, so that's a bit confusing. We just read when he was sentenced to death. But think of this as back in time, Socrates is still alive, and I think that people are asking him questions. I will tell you, Socrates, what my own feeling is. Men of my age flock together. We are birds of a feather, as the old proverb says. In our meetings, the tale of my acquaintance. I cannot eat, I cannot drink. The pleasures of youth and love are fled away, and life is no longer life. Some complain of the slights which are put upon them. To me, Socrates, these complainers seem to blame, for if old age were the cause, I too being old would have felt. So with Plato's work, it's always like somebody's has a problem or issue that they're taking to Socrates, and Socrates is like trying to fix them out. So first question is kind of like how I'm gonna approach it. Socrates, do you want to know how much I acquired? In the art of making money, I have been midway between my grandfather and father. Doubled and trebled the value of his patrimony. That which he inherited, now I possess. That is why I asked you, because I see you are indifferent about money, which is a characteristic rather of those who have inherited their fortunes than those who have acquired them. The makers of fortune have a second love of money as a creation of their own. It's difficult stuff, you guys. Like, this is why I think, like, a lot of people just completely give up, is because it's draining. But, so, money, let's just put that. But you just gotta keep plowing through it. That's the best way I can see it. So far, I don't, like, when stuff doesn't make sense, I just throw it away because I'm not gonna need it. If it's not clicking with me, well, I mean, the human mind just cannot contain every single piece of knowledge. So you just gotta keep looking until something makes sense. So far, this is not my favorite text. Like, I think the Apology reads a lot easier. There's other books that read a lot easier to me. This is, like, very confusing. But if I don't need it, then that's it. But at least I've looked into it, you know. And there's several books. So let's see. I think I just clicked book 1. But see, there's book 2. Like, oh no, this is all the... Okay, so this entire thing is all the books, so that's good. The study of philosophy is to take place of gymnastics and to be continued diligently and earnestly and exclusively. Study of philosophy. You are a sculptor and have made statues of our governors faultless. Yeah, I don't understand. Like, let me ask ChatGPT really quick. What is Plato's Republic about? So it's really about justice, the ideal state, and the soul. Okay, that's. Oh, that's where the cave is? The allegory of the cave? Let's just read the ChatGPT because it's going to be a lot easier to read. So, key themes in the Republic are central to the dialogue. What is justice? Socrates seeks to define justice not only in terms of individual, but the quality of state, the ideal state. Plato outlines his vision of an ideal society, which he calls Callipolis, meaning beautiful city. This society is governed by philosopher kings, wise rulers who understand the forms, especially the form of the good. The tripartite soul. Plato proposes that the human soul consists of three parts, the rational, the spirited, and the appetitive. Just as the ideal state has three classes, rulers, warriors, and producers, a just individual balances these three parts of the soul. The allegory of the cave, one of the most famous sections. This allegory illustrates the difference between the world of appearances and the world of reality. It suggests that most people live in ignorance, akin to prisoners in a cave, seeing only shadows of true objects. Plato emphasizes the importance of education in achieving justice. He argues that philosophers should be rulers because they possess the knowledge necessary. Plato introduces the idea that non-material abstract forms or ideas represent the most accurate reality. The physical world is merely a shadow of the true reality represented by these forms. Oh, okay. All right, so you guys have all heard of Plato's cave, right? So yeah. All right, that's not working. Well, now you know where it comes from, and like I think the important part is knowing that now when somebody asks you like, well, where the heck is Plato's cave, you can look it up here. So I'm gonna actually see if ChatGPT is right. So it does seem like he does talk about the cave. Now the cave in the den is the world of sight, the fire is the sun, the way upwards is the way to knowledge, and in the world of knowledge the idea of good is last seen. But when seen is inferred to the author of good and light. Oh. Cave. Oh. So if you want to go back into it, just read more. But I think I'm like that unsatisfied with that. A brief understanding is all you need. All you need is for your mind to remember these little Easter egg things to later include. So now that if I ever wanted to make a reference to the cave in my writing, like in the future, I would know, okay, I have to revisit The Republic by Plato, find that section, reread it like over and over, and then I'm here. I've arrived, you know? Now, Timaeus, Plato is another one that we're going to look at, and then I think that's pretty much it. So Timaeus, Plato. This one's a bit easier because it's got the dialogue split up. Now let me look up what Timaeus is about really quick. Timaeus, Plato about what? Dialogue that explores the nature of the physical world, cosmology, and relationship between universe. Features Timaeus and Pythagoras, who detail an account of the creation of the universe. So, ChatGPT. Okay, so now that we know that, interesting. So Timaeus describes how the universe was created by divine craftsmen, often referred to as the demiurge. So this is interesting because the demiurge is a character in my novel. So I'm glad that I have urged ChatGPT that I have figured out some of the source of it, because it's mostly Gnostic, but the demiurge is obviously Greek. It's a Greek word. So the Gnostics appropriated the demiurge from the Greeks. So for this to be like the OG text, that's exciting. So let's see if I can find demiurge. Oh, so does it not say, like, does not use the word demiurge? Let's see, it's craftsman. Well, what the heck? I don't see in the text. Well, that's weird. Let's see if we can find it. Okay, on one occasion, ChatGPT. On one occasion, wishing to draw them to speak of antiquity, he began to tell of the most ancient things in part of the world, about the first man after the deluge. The deluge is the great flood, and he traced the genealogy of their descendants. Antiquity. I don't see anything about the demiurge yet. I'm so confused. Like, where the heck? Are we right in saying that there is one world, or that there are many and infinite? There must be one only if the created copy is to accord with the original, which includes all other intelligible creatures. Wherefore also God in the beginning of creation made the body of the universe to consist of earth and fire. But two things cannot be rightly put together without a third. There must be some bond or union between them, and the fairest bond is that which makes the most complete fusion of itself. For whenever in any three of numbers, whether cube or square, there is a mean, which is to the last term. Now the creation took up to whole of each of the four elements, and the Creator compounded the world out of all of the fire and all the water and all the air and all the earth, leaving no part of them nor any power. The animals should be as far as possible of perfect whole. Okay. See, this is kind of like Bible lore, but like in Plato, and I didn't even know that this was a thing, so I'm glad that I'm like figuring this out. Now, God did not make the soul after the body, although we are speaking of them in this order. But having brought them together, he would never have allowed that the elder should be ruled by the younger. He made the soul an origin and excellence prior to the older the body to be the ruler. He made it out of the following elements. Oh my god, it's like telling you like an ingredient of like how the soul was made. That's interesting. How soul was... It like differs so much from the Apology and from the Republic. It's like a completely... it's such a different Plato, isn't it? It's like so different. So when the Creator had framed the soul according to his will, he formed with her the corporeal universe and brought the two together and united them. The soul interfused everywhere from the center to heaven. Divine being. Time then and the heaven came into being in the same instant in that order. Such was the mind and thought of God in the creation. The sun and moon and 5 other planets were created by him in order to distinguish and preserve the numbers of time. He placed them in orbits and blah blah blah. So, planets. Not all the stars. I mean, mankind has not remarked. The universe was made in the likeness of the original, but all animals were not comprehended therein. This is some insane lore about the universe. I just like... Okay, now it's giving some God, so God, what do you call it? Pantheon? Pantheon. Of course, they were polytheistic, the Greeks. Okay, so, I don't, what bugs me is, like, I couldn't see the freaking demiurge in here. I don't know if it's trying to say that, it is a Gnostic text. Let me ask ChatGPT again. ChatGPT. Oh, okay, so the demiurge is described as a benevolent creator. Alright, so it's totally different than Gnosticism, because in Gnosticism, the demiurge is evil. So here, it's actually benevolent creator. So it's a bit different, but yeah. Alright, moving on. We've got Plato done. So, Aristotle is next. Now, I'm done with Plato, so I'm just gonna leave it here. So yeah, I have Aristotle's Rhetoric and Poetics, and I have Metaphysics, but I'm also going to look into the Ethics and Politics. because this rhetoric just kind of teaches you the art of tragedy and comedy, and it's really good. Because of that, I never really understood what tragedy is. But yeah, there's only really two types of fiction, and that's either comedy or tragedy. So this is a really good book for any author to figure out like what style your work is going to be, because back then they already figured it out. They figured out storytelling. Like, there was no internet, there was nothing, that like people were so bored out of their minds that they had all the time in the world many times, and because of that, all that time that they had, they were able to share stories nonstop, and they had figured out what makes a good story, what makes a good tragedy, and whatnot. So if you're looking for like little hacks like that, definitely check out the Rhetoric and the Poetics of Aristotle. And then this is the book that inspired my Gematria documentary. It was Aristotle Metaphysics. The reason this book inspired that documentary was because I had heard about the term metaphysics, so unrelated to this book. I heard it in conversation, and when I heard it, I was like, oh, that's such an interesting word. And so I was like, I want to make a documentary. What should I call it? So I was like, oh, I'll call it Metaphysics. But then I realized that a book by Aristotle existed called Metaphysics. So I was like, oh my God, this is perfect. Let me pick this up. So I bought this in 2020. 2020 is when I bought it. Wow, did it? But okay, basically what came out of this is like the first few parts of this, it talks about numbers. So it was telling you like that the Pythagoreans specifically held superstitions about numbers, and that each of them reflected a certain energy and stuff. So this was kind of like my first intro to numerology and the Pythagorean brotherhood, and just in general metaphysics. Oh my God. Tired. I've been pulling all-nighters. But yeah. So, I think I've kind of like covered these extensively before. So what I want to do is now I want to find the two books from Aristotle that I haven't read before. So we're going to do that. So Aristotle, Nicomachean Ethics, read online. Nicomachean Ethics. Oh my gosh, so many books again. We need an introduction. Okay, ethics is one half of a single treatise, which is politics is the other half. Both deal with one and the same subject. The subject is what Aristotle calls the philosophy of human affairs, but more frequently political social science. In the two works taken together, we have the author's whole theory of human conduct or practical activity, that is, all human activity which is not directed merely to knowledge or truth. The two parts of this treatise are mutually complementary, but in a literary sense, the poem to ethics. Okay, so introduction. Back to book one. Book one. Okay, every art, chapter 1, book 1. Every art and every science reduced to a teachable form, and in like manner, every action and moral choice aims, it is thought, at some good. For which reason a common and by no means a bad description of the chief good is that which all things aim at. Now there plainly is a difference in the end's purpose. Okay, if things don't stick, keep going. You have to keep going. That's all I can say to you. So now of the chief good of happiness, men seem to form their notions from the different notes of life. Men seem to pursue honor, they believe themselves to be good, seek to be honored by the wise, and the virtue is higher than honor. As for the life of money-making, it is one of constraint, and wealth manifestly is not the good we are seeking, because it is for use, that is, for the sake of something further, and hence would rather conceive the forementioned ends to be the right ones. Yet clearly they are not. Again, the notion of universal good, it is perhaps we should examine and discuss the meaning of it, though such as inquiry is unpleasant. What I find so interesting about these old authors, it's like, where are the men these days? Because, like, why were men back then, like, so interested in, like, writing about ethics, metaphysics, the cosmology, like, the soul, like, the components of the soul, the defense of, like, freedom of speech and truth. Where have all these guys gone? Where's like the Aristotles and Platos of today? Because it's almost like they don't even exist anymore. And maybe, like, obviously in, like, the circles and, like, followers and fans of these authors are probably live themselves to a high standard, but as far as, like, someone famous, like, there's nobody, like, there's so many brain rot people that just, I get it, this stuff is hard and it's difficult for me, but, like, even just, like, the few, like, sentences that I do understand, I'm honestly just so perplexed by where any of that's gone. Like, why has it disappeared? Quality virtues. Like, it's so peaceful to read this. I don't know. There's something that gives me, like, complete, like, I don't know. Okay, the Pythagoreans do seem give a more credible account to the matter. Now, the friendly feelings which are exhibited towards our friends, and by which friendships are characterized, seem to have sprung out of those which we entertain towards ourselves. People define a friend to be one who intends and does what is good, or what he believes to good to another. What means a good... There are not many good friends anymore in this world. I haven't had a good friend, and I do not know God knows when. I love this, though. Like the chief good, like, nobody talks about chief good anymore. Like, nobody cares about chief good anymore. Everything is the opposite right now. Okay. It's a lot. Honestly, you kind of just get the gist of it just from like reading the first few parts, so I'm not gonna go too far into it. I'm just gonna say like, yep, that we tick that box. Alright, so politics of Aristotle. Whoa, this is sick. Oh my god, I love this. Oh, it's beautiful. I mean, look at that book. Oh my god. I love it. Freaking so awesome. I wish I could collect it. Oh my god, look at how beautiful. This is one of those that we're not going to be able to copy and paste, though. Oh! Oh, you can? Oh, that's good. Okay. This is an introduction. Okay, so the state is the highest form of community, aims at the highest good. Villages with households. The household is founded upon relations of male and female. Excuse me, I don't want to read that next part. The village, a wider community, satisfies the wider real estate, aims at satisfying all the needs of men. Men form states to secure bare substance, but the ultimate object of the state is a good life. The naturalness of the state is provided by... Aristotle does become more controversial, obviously. He's not all good. He does have, especially when it comes to political... I think that... Look at this! This is not okay. This is not okay. So... You can disagree with, you have to disagree with these people, but, people, you know, if they were real. But I think that the thing is, like, because it was so ancient, you kind of just can't understand, like, you can't see what they really thought. Like, say if, Plato and Aristotle were reincarnated, would they still stand by these things, some certain things in their books? Or was that only because that's all they knew? But I guess you could argue, like, if they were so smart, like, how did they not foresee that and outthink that? But yeah, I think it's important to know that, yeah, there's a lot of stuff that you're going to disagree with. Who knows, a lot of this was compiled after, so you just never really know. But that doesn't detract from the fact that there's still a lot of good, amazing talent in their writing. Remember we said, like, they wanted I think they wanted a philosophical ruler where the philosopher was in charge of the society and stuff. That's why they got so, like, much into, like, politics, because, like, technically philosophers, they just really think about, like, the meaning of life and all that. They wouldn't really get into, like, what's a good state? Well, you know what I mean? But, like, because they kind of believe that that's how society should be governed, is through a philosopher. I think that's why they delved into it. But yeah, it's good to know that. You need to, like, read it for yourself. Democracy, oligarchy, kinship. The aims of the state are two: to satisfy man's social instincts and to fit him for the good life. Political rule differs from that over censored word. Constitutions are bad or good according to the common welfare. Monarchy, aristocracy, and polity. Of bad there are three: tyranny, oligarchy, extreme democracy. Democracies and oligarchies are not made by the numeric proportions. Democracy is the rule of the poor. Oligarchy is the rule of the rich. Democrats take equality for their motto. Oligarchs believe that political rights should be unequal. Blah, 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 blah. Justice is not the will of the majority of the wealthier, but that which takes the moral aim of the state. Are the many or the few likely to be better rulers? It would be unreasonable to give the highest offices to the many, but they have a faculty of criticism. Good criticism. It's hard to like take anything when they use the S word so often. It's like, oh my god, like get it together, you guys. Like, why were you guys shilling for this horrible state of government? That's the thing. It's like all these authors are also shills and stuff. It's like, oh my god. But still, the quality is still like, at least their vocabulary is still like something that is tremendous. Of monarchy, there are 5 kinds: the Spartan, the barbarian, the elective dictatorship, and the heroic and absolute kingships. Monarchy. True happiness flows from the possession of wisdom and virtue, and not from the possession of external goods. But a virtuous life must be equipped with external goods as instruments. We must begin the picture of the ideal state. We must begin by considering the population and the territory. The territory must be large enough to supply the citizens with the means of living liberally. Communication with the sea is desirable for economic and military reasons. The character of the citizens should be a mean between that. Intelligence and high spirit should be harmoniously blended in. We must distinguish the members of the state from those warriors, rulers, priests remain as eligible for citizens. And obviously, like, they didn't... for women, it was even worse back then. For women and the people who they considered servants, it was just unlivable situation. It's such a sad... We have such a sad history in reality. That, like, some of these brilliant thinkers were also just, like, drawn into the horrible realities of what life was like back then. Reading, writing, and drawing have always been taught on the score of the gymnastics, producing valor. Music is taught as a recreation, but it serves a higher purpose. Obviously, so, like there's just things that you can agree and things that you're gonna disagree with because of the era it was written in, and... But at the end of the day, you can see, like, it is trying to, like, advocate for some sort of moral goodness in the small, defined way that they had it back then. But that's good for now. At least I understand, like, what it's... If anyone ever asked me, I'd be like, okay, now I understand. So now we're going to go to a different author that personally I've never heard of. So it's always like a hit or miss when I've not heard of it before, because I could be like wasting my time completely. But, oh well. If I've been told to do it, it must be for a reason. It kind of reminds me of, what's that? Morpheus? Not Morpheus. There's like a vampire figure. Morbius. Polybius. There we go. Is this Rome? No, it's Greece or Rome. Okay. The first English blah 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 blah. Ah. What the heck? This is insane. This looks mad. This is like actually a history book, I think. Oh my god. This must be Rome. What the frick? Okay. Had the praise of history been past, it would have been coming in above. Book 1. I think we have to ask ChatGPT what the heck we're reading, because I'm confused. Polybius history, is it Roman and what year? It's a Greek work. It covers the rise of Rome as a dominant power. Oh, interesting. Okay, so ChatGPT. Compare the most famous emperors. Persians were some possessed a great empire, but every time they ventured... Oh, sorry, I forgot. Ah. Wow, this is like... And this is mad. I never realized there was a book that actually drew upon how the Romans came to power. I've just seen have you seen Alien Romulus? For a long time I was like, what is like what? And then it finally clicked. I was because after watching the movie, they're like Romulus and Romulus, and Remus, sorry. It's the story of Rome. Rome was founded by Romulus and Remus. So I don't know if this would have anything about Romulus. No, it doesn't mention him, but it's mentioning the how the Romans came to power and stuff like that. So this is too much, but I'm glad that I know that it exists, is all I can say. Like, too much. Next. Okay, so Euclid is someone that, I keep hearing like the Freemasons will say like this 47th problem of Euclid. So Euclid would be this author. Am I gonna be able to find it? Project. Okay. You can link. Okay, so the elements of Euclid, geometry is a science of figured space. Figured space is one of 2 or 3 dimensions, according as it consists of lines, surfaces, or solids. The boundaries of solids are surfaces. Oh wow, this is great. Introduction. The simplest lines that can be drawn are the right line and circle, and the studies of the properties of the point, the right line, introduction to geometry. This is the oldest mathematical book in existence. Wow. Oldest book. Wow, this is amazing. Theory of angles, triangles, parallel lines, and parallelograms. Whoa, this is sick. Honestly, why didn't they just teach us this? Like, I never in my entire years of ever reading math was ever given a book by Euclid and been like, bro, just read this. Like, this is so much more concise, and like, it's just makes a lot of sense to just draw it back to the most simplest, the most ancient. The point. The point is a position but has no dimensions. The line. A and B align. The plane. Figures the angle. Wow. I'm like tripping out. I literally can't believe this exists. A circle and a plane figure for circumference. Circle. Axioms. Things which are equal to each other. Axioms. The theorem. Okay, propositions, the theorem, blah, blah, blah. My God, this is amazing. So cool. Now I want Euclid to be in my freaking novels. This is so cool. All right, moving on. So we've got a bit of like math, history, all this going on. I love it. Okay. Yeah, I love that. I feel like these are things that help you write the next Harry Potter. Is knowing that things like that exist. So I think Philo of Alexandria, works of Philo. Philo. I'm not messing about, you guys. I was like, I'm gonna do it all. I'm gonna do it. I have all the time in the world today, so why not? I mean, kind of. I don't have like all the time in the world. Okay, so this is one that I've never really heard about, so I'm gonna ask ChatGPT. So tell me about the works of Philo. Oh my god, chat got. Okay, I think that's enough of like, let me see if I can find anything worth. If not, I'll just be super quick. Oh, is it? If it's too complicated, I might skip it. Delete. Well, I'll just keep it as that. I don't need that much. Too confusing. But look, it's right around the 0. That's rare for anything to be like at the 0 mark. That's when like Jesus was there. Confusing. But I wonder if we're gonna get Sun Tzu, The Art of War, because I know like this is like oversold. Oh, but it's actually here, so that's fine. I mean, by oversold, it's like people constantly selling this book online and stuff. Sun Tzu. And this is Chinese. The art of war is of vital importance. It is a matter of life and death. The art of war is constant. Now, I hear about this book all the time. I don't know if I like gonna agree with it because I'm not a war person, you know what I mean? So heaven signify. Oh, sorry. I've got like okay, so moral law causes people to be in complete accord with their ruler so that they will follow him regardless of their lives dismayed in danger. I mean, that does happen. Heaven signifies night and day, cold and heat, and earth comprises distances, great and small, danger and security, open ground. The commander stands for the virtues of wisdom, sincerity, benevolence, courage. By method and discipline, these 5 heads should be familiar to every general. Seven considerations that I can forecast victory or defeat. General that harkens. All warfare is based on deception. I mean, I don't know why this is so renowned because this is like kind of like inciting war. The expenditure at home in the front, including entertainment of guests, small items. What? What the heck am I reading? I feel like this is trying to convince me that war is okay. I'm just like, go. This is so outdated now to me. Do not swallow bait offered by the enemy. I guess it's kind of just like, this is saying like there's oh gosh, like, what do you call it? Like, like there's some mannerisms. There's manners in war, and I guess that's why it's called Art of War. And I think that's why Trump made the Art of the Deal, because it's supposed to be a knockoff of the Art of War or whatever. Now, I don't really want to put war in my movies. I've never really liked watching wars movies, but the only one that I thought was okay was like Pearl Harbor. But I think what like I like about like X-Men, for example, is that they use war in a way that it's dealing with like fiction and novel, but it will reference like the Vietnam War, and it's not like a war film, but it takes place around that area, and you're kind of seeing it on the fringe as an audience, and that's what I like. So while I might not be able to like take much from that, at least now I know. All right, so that. Okay, Hermes Trismegistus. I don't even know if I pronounced that right. I think Hermes is a god, but I could be wrong. So I don't really know who wrote this. Maybe like the cult of Hermes, the Hermetics. Excuse me. Oh my gosh, I've been at this so long now. And look, I've only gotten 10, 12. Oh my god. I have about 100. How long have I been streaming and I've gotten through 10 books? I've been streaming 2 hours and I've only gotten through 10 books. Guys, I've been streaming for 10 hours and I've only gotten through 10 books. Going a bit mad here. But you're getting the process, and it's hopefully helpful to hang out with me and go through some of this stuff. So I really appreciate you guys being here. James Bond, hello. What brings you to this channel? I really do not know why my chat box is not showing up. Let me just bring a new chat box and see if that'll work. Well, we'll see. Nice username. Corpus Hermeticum. Hermes. Read online. So I forget if Hermes is Hermeticism, obviously. Okay, so Corpus Hermeticum. Okay, so what we've got is this says it's the oldest. What is it? The oldest documents. Oh no, it's the core documents of the Hermetic tradition, dating from early Christian era. Okay, here we're getting another like Genesis revisited kind of thing, because we see like the air, the light, the holy word, the set all to nature. So earth, water mingled with each other. They were moved by spirit, word, reason, light. So it's kind of like going again through Genesis. Yeah, with like the female. Oh, sorry, the animals. The cup or monad. With reason, the world maker make the universe. The body of him is thing no man can touch or see or measure, a body inextensible. 'Tis neither fire nor water, air nor breath, yet all of them come from it. Now being good, he decided to consecrate his body to himself alone. So done, he set the cosmos and the frame, reason, blah, blah. I mean, stuff we've already heard like a million times. Right? So, and God alone is good and elsewhere nowhere. The greatest ill among men is ignorance of God. There's nothing to which it gives not life, blah, 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 at the same time. Blah, blah, blah.
Ladies and gentlemen, come on!
Okay, that's basically like too much that I can handle. Also, it just feels very religious-y, so I'm like, that's not really what I'm into right now. So I thought it was gonna be a bit more like esoteric and all that. Boy, was I wrong. So I might just skip this one and see if you like, well, I don't really care. So Nicolas Flamel, let's go to him next. Nicolas Flamel, a hieroglyphic figures. Oh yeah, that looks great. Why do I like love the I just love how books look. Flamel. That's a sick book, bro. Alchemical hieroglyphics. I, Nicolas Flamel, abiding in Paris, in this year 1319, dwelling in my house in the street of Notaries, in the chapel of St. James. That's hilarious. Such a trip how, like, time just passes by in my, like, in his life. Like, that was just normal. I have not wanted the understanding of the books of the philosophers, and in them learned their so hidden secrets. And for this cause there shall never be any moment of my life where I remember this high good. He that sold me this book knew not what it was worth, no more than when I bought it. I believe it had been stolen. Within the book, blah blah blah. Philosopher's Stone. That's where the Philosopher's Stone. Just press down. I think with this, again, it's too complicated with the full text, so just look at it like this and then find it. That's the preface. I think it's saying, it's more like, okay, so yeah, this book, it's about Flamel talking about how he found a book from like ancient times, and in that book it explains these like the Philosopher's Stone, and alchemy and purification, transformation, and all that. So it feels very like potions and magic that in that way. That's why it's included in the Harry Potter series, but it's a bit too complicated. So Hey guys, okay, it's finally coming through this chat. I was like, what is going on? Thanks for sticking around. Okay, so we've gotten to like over here. We're basically like done with that. So Marcus Aurelius Meditations. Written in 167 AC. From my grandfather, I learned good morals, the government of my temper, from the reputation, modesty, and character. From my mother, piety and beneficence, and abstinence not only from evil deeds, but from evil thought, and further simplicity in my way of it. My great-grandfather not to have frequented public schools, and to have good teachers at home, and to know that on such things a man should spend liberally. Oh, I like this. Okay. To be neither of the green or blue party in the games of the circus. Not to busy myself with trifling things. Okay. Wow. I mean, I'm like kind of shocked how benevolent this is like giving so much credit to other people. It's an interesting way to write. But there was so many books. Jesus, how many? Like freaking what? 12 books? That's like the end. All those things at which thou wishest to arrive by a circuitous road, thou canst have thou. No, if thou dost not refuse them to thyself. If thou wilt take no notice of the past, and trust the future to providence, and direct the present only comfortably to piety and justice. God sees the minds of all men. Bared of the material vesture and rind of impurities, for with his intellectual part alone he touches the intelligence only which has flowed and been derived from himself. Oh my god. This is beautiful. Where's the Marcus Aureliuses of the world? Where are they? Constantly bring to thy recollection those who have complained greatly about anything, those who have been most conspicuous by the great fame or fortunes of enemies. Smoke an ash and a tale, or not even a tale, and let there be present in thy mind. Alright, we're just getting acquainted here, like we said. It's not like freaking, you know. Alright, now there's a huge jump here. Like we've gone from 170 AD to now we're gonna go to 1600 AD with Summa Theologica. I'm probably gonna stream for like 3 more hours, guys, because I really want to get this done. Like I was supposed to do this like the entire week, and because I've left it behind, I now have to do it all in one go, but like it's kind of worth it for me to just dump it all. That way I can make chapters and tag it. Aquinas, read online. And see how many things are free? I'm also just trying to get that into your brains. Like so much of this is free. Like, alright, so duplicate, and we gotta have Aquinas. Summa Theologica. I don't, is this, what religion is this? So now we are in Catholic. So might just like briefly go by this because I'm not a Catholic. Treatise on the creation, the procession of creatures from God. So, what is going on? This is like a mad... Oh my god, dude, this guy went off on like... He's going like in depth on the Bible. Is it necessary that everything is created by God? On the knowledge of angels. Is the angels understanding... Okay, whether an angel's act of understanding... Is there in the angels an active, passive, and an angel? What I like about this is how it's organized. It's very like kind of like it reminds me of a an anthology. An encyclopedia. So if you want to see it, it's like has a bunch of micro information within that like within that general question. The questions within a question. Is there such a thing as fate? Now, a lot of this is going to be gibberish for people who are not like into religious texts and stuff. So I think what I like of this is like again is the formatting. I think the formatting. What did I just read? All right. Okay. Whether human souls were created all at the together at the beginning of the world. That's a good question. Ooh, alright. I'm glad I found this, because like I did not know that somebody went off. Somebody went off on freaking every question. And they just kind of like put what the heck ever they were thinking. So that's interesting. I love how it's like, while I might disagree with whoever this is, it's still really interesting. I wish I could do something like that. Dante Alighieri, Divine Comedy. So I think I'm going to pass on this one. I think this one's gonna be more in the I'll put this in the classics, because it's more of a fiction. I'm kind of just looking at like old books. Agrippa. Okay, so Agrippa is a great point of contact for Nicomachean, because they're a cryptographer. This is not loading. Wow, look at this book. Oh my god. That's badass. Oh, this is actually in Latin, is it? Oh wait, no. We need in English. Wow, that's so cool. So it had like, it's like a magical witchcraft, magic, astrology, demonology, numerology. That's interesting. Honestly, I wish I could get this working. What the heck? Project Gutenberg. They're not. No, it's not it. is it in freaking... What the heck? Alright, well, at least we got, like... Okay, I can't actually believe that I can't find a proper link for this, but... I mean, if this is the best we can get, at least there's, some things that are interesting. So these are all like, whoa, look at the Corona. Oculus, the brand, the VR brand by Meta. Gladius. Bro, I'm like, I wish I could read this. The pentagram. Well, anyway, I can't find it. Well, maybe there's on free PDF Drive. I'm sorry. PDF Drive. I don't know if you guys know of this site, but it's actually sick. You can find anything there. Well, most stuff. There's stuff that might not show up. Like this actually might not be on here, but oh, is it gonna be in English though? Preview. Oh, let me just download it. Right. No. What? You could, like, back in the old days, you could just download, it without, like, freaking... No way! It used to let you just like freaking download stuff without being weird. Okay, well, if that's as far as we're gonna get, that's fine. At least we tried. And it is something to like even just look at the way the images are set in that book. I think this means the same exact thing. I don't know if they're actually different. Okay. All right, now we're already in the 1500s. So what we're gonna do is, oh my God. On the revelations of the heavenly spheres, Copernicus. So I was got a lot of these a lot of these I'm not like interested really, other than just to like base my own reality and my novels based upon what already exists. But like this is basically what detracted the world from flat Earth and started making the heliocentric model. So while I disagree with this, at least you have to know that it existed on the revelations. And yeah, they were Catholic, so that's how you know it was a total shield movement. The heliocentric model was these Catholics, and then they did the divide and conquer and made them like just to pass them off as like truth seekers or truth speakers, and they made their own church go after them. Okay, so the universe is spherical. See, here we go. The universe is spherical because we said so in the 1500s, even though for years and years it's been flat, and all these ancient civilizations say it's flat. But no, here I am, Catholic, trained, freaking inside job psyop leader, telling you differently, and because I was sent into exile, then you must believe me. It's so cringe reading this. It's like, ugh. Your Holiness will perhaps not be greatly surprised to publish my studies. Your Holiness is blah 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 blah. As if it wasn't like the Catholics that pushed this anyway. Oh my god, look how long this is. Okay, towards the end it just starts like skipping paragraphs. Let's see if we can find anything in the actual book. Well, this is like an astrologer's dream though, to like the formatting that he came up with to even just like share information though is interesting, regardless of like how much of a shill book this is. I wonder if we're gonna find anything from Nostradamus. Read online. Oh yeah, okay. Great prophecy. Prophecies of Nostradamus. I will probably. I've actually looked into a lot of these, so I might just like I actually have because I'm literally obsessed with King James, so I will spare you guys that and hide it, so that we really only have. Okay, so we're having 94, so we're at 16. We're almost at that doubled that number. Hope you're well too. I'm doing good, you guys. How are you? What are y'all up to? So Copernicus. Okay, so Nostradamus. I don't know. Was Nostradamus Catholic? What did I put? Nostradamus was Catholic apparently. Okay. Complete prophecies. Is it gonna be in freaking French? Nearly everyone has read something about Nostradamus and his prophecies. Okay. About a prophecy. His name is Caesar Nostradamus. Oh no, his son is Caesar. Preface, complete preface. Oh. Seated at night in my secret study, alone, reposing over the brass tripod, a slender flame leaps out of solitude, making me pronounce that which is not in vain. Nostradamus clearly shows his method of preparing for a nocturnal visitation for divine sources, from which he shall gain the knowledge of future events for the benefit of posterity. With divining rod in hand, I wet the set in the middle of the branches. Fearsome all troubles my hand, I wait. Evidently, our author employed an instrument similar of the present of a forked divining rod, now used for locating water. In a large brass bowl filled with water, various segments were marked off. That's interesting. I never knew that he used like some sort of divining rod. When the jitter shall be overthrown by a gust of wind, and faces shall be covered, the republic shall be vexed by new people. It must be borne in mind that Nostradamus was a devout Catholic, and in keeping with the current struggle between the Protestants and Catholics, he foretells a fraternal. Oh, see, I didn't know that he was a Catholic shill. I always thought good things of I always thought good things of freaking. Sorry, I'm literally so tired. I always thought Nostradamus was a good character in history, but now that I'm reading about that, he's kind of using scrying and spirituality as a means to spend forward the Roman agenda. I'm not about it. I'm not a Nostradamus person anymore. Now that I know. But still, it does bring you into I don't know, the minute I read it, I was like, oh my god, I feel like he's in the room. I felt like we were studying him. So it was good to look into. I don't really know what's going on with this book. I think it's half French, half English, and it's kind of driving me absolutely bonkers. But anyway, everyone was a Catholic, says Rain. I think my chat is So in that region, everyone was a Catholic, even if they weren't. It wasn't really optional, yeah. Especially somebody who was a town prophet, and obviously the church probably hired him to make his suggestions or whatever, make his prophecies in favor of the church and whatnot. Anyway, that's pretty ridiculous. Not the free agent I thought he was, let's just say that. Alright, John Dee is obviously known for being a very controversial figure as well. But I think he was more of a Protestant, but he created his own religion. So let's see, read online. Let's see if I can find it. John Dee. So now with John Dee, we're back to England. But he invented the Enochian language. So Monas Hieroglyphica. Whoa! What the F? Ah! That's freaking mad. To the most excellent majesty of the famous king. Full text openly. Let's see. I kind of want to theorem 1. Okay, despite a straight line and a circle, the first and simple example represented of all things that may be demonstrated, whether six be non-existent or merely hidden in nature's wells. Theorem 2. Neither the circle without the line nor the line without the point can be artificially produced. It is therefore by virtue of the point in the monad that all things commence to emerge in the principle. Interesting. The center point, which we see in the center of the hieroglyphic monad, produces the earth, round which the sun, the moon, and the other planets followed. The sun has a supreme dignity, and we present him by a circle. Although the semicircle of the moon is placed above the sun, blah, 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 blah. It looks like the planetary symbol for Mercury. Yeah, very much so. I think he's explaining that represents everything combined. I don't really know. We see here that the sun and the moon are supported upon the right angle cross. The cross may signify very profound, the hieroglyph, the quaternary. This is some occult stuff. This is like expert level occult. Okay, something about Pythagoras. This is because Pythagoras was in the habit of saying 1 + 2 + 3 = 4 make 10. It is not by chance that the right-angled cross, the 21st letter of the Roman alphabet, which was considered as being formed by 4 straight lines, was taken from the most ancient of the Roman philosophers to represent the decade. They have defined the place where the blah, blah, blah. This occurs perfectly, blah, blah, blah. The following figure of the zodiacal signs, Aries, is astronomer. The very ancient wise men and magi have transmitted to us 5 hieroglyphical signs of the planets, all of which are composed out of the signs used for the moon, blah, blah, blah. Oh. Each of these signs will not be difficult to explain according to the hieroglyph. Like trying to see where this is going. Oh, okay. I like the pictures. The pictures help me understand what the heck, but it's still very confusing. drop the bass. Okay, so I'm seeing now like the private diary of John Dee. I don't know if this is different. John Dee's diary. Or is this like actually just diary entries? Oh, so yeah, let's just got it. What is this? Okay, I want to do this one next. The Liberium something of Edward Kelly. What? Is this like actual? What? Bro, is this like actual angel language stuff? Like, what am I reading? With this writing beginning is a what the fudge? The Book of Enoch. This is actual just like word crosswords. This looks like magic astrology. Yeah, definitely. John Dee was the court astronomer and advisor to Elizabeth I. Yeah, that's why I was like, I really was curious about what was gonna be in his books and stuff. It's like him and Edward Kelly were co-conspirators and opened up portals allegedly and all this like. They worked with like the both extremes of like angelic and oh my god, this looks like it's a different language because it probably is because they made up Enochian language, so I'm thinking that's what it is. Anyway, I'll just put that under here. I'll just put the I think it's called a Liberium. Liber Mysteriorium. Mysterio. I wonder who's like an expert in like John Dee and Jelly. Like, wow, like I can't even imagine making my life like that's my life. I'm just gonna study the John Dee's language. Like, all right. So the New Atlantis by Sir Francis Bacon. Sir Francis Bacon. Read online. Hopefully this is a bit more easy to read. So you guys know about the Bacon ciphers and stuff. So he was an expert cryptographer. But I don't know about his books. Like his political writings and stuff. I don't know. Let's see. Alright, the New Atlantis. We sailed from Peru for China and Japan by the South Sea, blah. Is this like a real story? What is going on? So I've heard like a lot of the United States was based upon the New Atlantis. Rain says, if you're interested in this stuff, there's more contemporary stuff that's easier to understand by people like Christopher Warnock. Oh, nice. Okay. Yeah, because I'm like, what the frick? I'm only looking at source documents today, but it's a good idea to like look at modern revisions of it because That's how you synthesize it, this stuff. Definitely. Okay, I am reading this and I do not see like what the frick this has to do with anything interesting, because this seems like a story about going on a ship. Wait, I have to Google it, because like what the heck is this? Tell me about Bacon New Atlantis. Oh, so it's a utopian novel. Oh, right. So it is fake. I was gonna say, this doesn't sound like nonfiction. It's set on a fictional island of Ben Salem. Advanced civilization to systemic exploration of nature. Central to the society is the House of Solomon. I wonder where he got that from. A grand institution devoted to the study of nature and science. Bacon was obviously like one of the first Freemasons, like okay. So I guess if we take it as it being like a utopia. America is the new Atlantis he describes in his book. It was left incomplete on purpose since the old objective was not completed at the time, showing it was a work in progress. So this is supposed to be like the utopia is but meant to be okay. I see it's meant to be America. I mean, it's so hard to read, like what the heck? It was the erection and institution of what we call Solomon's house, the noblest foundation that ever was upon the earth. It was dedicated to the study of works. Yeah, it's just hard to like feel like he had any like good purpose out of this other than to like shill for the creation of like a Freemasonic New World Order, but hey. I got the question, have I read the manuscript of Pythagoras? It's an Arabic collection originally called, no, I have not. Let me like type that in. Gayat al-Hakim, or the Pythagoras. The Pythagoras. Read online maybe, or Pythagoras. So let me see really quick what year this was in so I can put it in. Thank you. No, that's really helpful. What year Pythagoras made? Pythagoras, 10th or earliest, 11th century. So is the 10th century AD, 900 AD around there? Let me put that in to my notes. 900 AD and below. The Pythagoras. Oh, I see it. It is like describing. Who's the author? Sorry. Oh, Gayat al-Hakim. I'm gonna put 980, although that could be wrong, but something around there. And it's gotta be after Hakim. Yeah, Hakim. Okay. Cool, very awesome, thank you. I love the word grimoires. Very Final Fantasy. I think it translates to hidden wisdom. Okay, let's go through it really quick. Introduction. The first translation of the Pythagoras is titled classic Arabic, represents a major contribution of Hermetic literature. So I will put Hermeticism. Long regarded as a source material, this text is a medieval work, consists of 4 books covering the art and practice of astrological, talismanic, and astral magic. That's sick. Plato, Pythagoras, the Greeks, Persians, the Indians, and the Arabs. Important connection between the Hermetic philosophy of the West and the esoteric traditions of the Middle East. Aristotle, Plato, blah, blah, Hermes himself. Various ideas are brought together and presented into the whole system. Arabic astrology and alchemy. Thousands of years later, it's available in English. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, praised to be. He creates all beings in this. Okay. I've divided this work into 4 books. As I did. The first book consists of 7 chapters. Virtues of Wisdom. Second book, astrological pictures. Formation patterns. The third book is the fortunes of the planets. So I will write this down. Oh, sorry guys. I have ChatGPT. Oops. And again, like, it's hard to like read it because of the religious intonation, as with like Copernicus or someone like that. But I do see something like here, like ether is a static state, is a medium where all celestial bodies, the celestial bodies are located. Behavior of the celestial bodies. Some people surmise. Chapter 4. People needed to make talismans. They found out they must know the planet's direct ratios affecting the spreading functions, essence of making talismans. How cool would it have been to have like lived in a past era? I mean, obviously there's so many like horrible things that were happening and going on in those times, but at the same time, it's like cleaner, less pollution, cleaner food, like being able to roam about and just do whatever you want theoretically. Okay, I see. It does break down a lot of the astrology, and I can see what it means. Like, in order to have a talisman or like a blessing object, you kind of needed to like charge it with like these astrological meanings and stuff. It's very John Dee-ish, yeah, like this stuff. A very Agrippa, like being handed certain pictures from humanity and stuff. Good to know. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right, so let's catch up now with, I think we're good with Bacon. He's really hard to read. Quite a boring author. Oh my god. I'm literally about to like fall asleep, but I'm gonna try. Cause last thing I want to do is like break up things into chapters when I could do it all in one video. And okay, I've gone for almost, I'm almost 3 hours, and I'm at how many books? I'm about 22 books or so. So I have like freaking 50, 60, I have 10, about 40 more. So I'm halfway through my stream, but if I can pick up the pace, because from now I might skip more books and stuff, then I might be in a good place. Just remember to stretch and stuff. And like, what are you guys doing for Halloween? Because I like honestly don't know what people are doing these days. What's fun and stuff like that. A lot of these ideas, says Rain, and I don't know where the hell my chat box is here. Oh, somewhere here. They've interchanged on the Silk Road, so there's a lot of blending between the different ideas and cultures, definitely. Very cool username, by the way. Guys, alright, so what we have next, prepare yourselves. We are getting into the era of, we're getting into the 1600s, we're about to get into the 1700s, the formation of America and all that. So, let's just keep going, plowing through, okay? We're gonna go as fast as we possibly humanly can, while still retaining as much information. René Descartes is next, so I love this guy's name. René Descartes is such a nice, lovely name. We are looking for Discourse on the Method, and it's apparently Catholic. Discourse on the Method. Read online. Discourse on the Method. Okay, perfect. Oh my god. Discourse on the method of rightly conducting the reason, seeking truth in the sciences. Brilliant. Alright. Prefatory. I've never heard the word prefatory. It's like a preface. If this discourse appears too long to be read at once, it may be divided into 6 parts. Lol me when I don't want to actually divide anything. I'm just like, here, have an 8-hour stream. But I was sick that it like is explaining what the hell. Okay, so the whole human soul, physical questions. Okay, good sense is all things among men the most equally distributed, for everyone thinks himself so abundantly provided with it. Here we are, more people talking about like what good is. I mean, we've seen this throughout like since freaking Aristotle. And here we are. Yeah, I think therefore I am. Which, okay, so like someone brought to my attention that René Descartes brought about something called ergo sum. René Descartes ergo sum. Cogito ergo sum is a Latin phrase of I think therefore I am, right? That's what you just wrote. So somebody wrote that to me, and then I asked ChatGPT, I needed to define ergo sum more, and then it was saying like I was like, wait, this sounds like the direct opposite, the polar opposite of net void, and it is. ChatGPT will say that. Ergo sum is the direct polar opposite of net void, which is I'll ask it right now and you can see. But I was like, whoa, so that's cool, because like I didn't know. It can ergo sum be the polar opposite to net void? Yeah, so in a philosophical sense, ergo sum can indeed be considered a conceptual opposite to net void, depending on net void is understood. Descartes' famous statement, I think therefore I am, establishes existence through self-awareness. In this view, you affirm existence through presence, awareness, and identity. And net void, if we interpret net void as a state of total absence, emptiness, or nothingness, which is what I intended it become a concept tied to non-existence or negation of being. Void can imply the absence of anything, and a total negation of, so they are existence versus non-existence, self versus absence of self, affirmation versus negation. So The reason I chose that board because I had nightmares as a kid, and it was my way of overcoming it. But the nightmare was that, like, what if nothing existed? What if nothing existed? Like, it, like, freaked me out so much because, like, everything that we know and everything feels so real, and, like, not even, like, you think of nothing and you think of pitch darkness or black, but it's like, it's not even pitch darkness or black. It's like not even that. It's like nothing. It's like literally it's nothing. And for like that used to freak me the heck out. And there's a few other reasons why I chose it, but anyway. I found that interesting there. But yeah. Whoa. Okay, so Renee. For myself, I have never fancied my mind to be in any respects more perfect than those of the generality. On the contrary, I have often wished that I were equal to this in prompting. Can these people be my friends, please? Because, like, you guys speak so eloquently. I don't know about you guys, but, like, the people I interact with nowadays is, like, brain rot energy, like, infinite scroll. Like, I'm on socials a lot, but at least I'm, like, learning and absorbing information. Like, most people I talk to is just, like, can't even hold a conversation, let alone like write something about the meaning of life and everything like that. So I esteemed eloquence highly and was in raptures with poesy, but I thought that both were gifts of nature rather than fruits to study. Oh my god. Of philosophy I will say nothing except for what I saw that it had been cultivated for many ages. What are my thoughts on Neoplatonism? Neoplatonism? Like Plotinus, I don't even know. I didn't even know that existed, to be fair. Plotinus? Who's Plotinus? Interesting. So he's like a late Platonist. He like went ahead with Plato's work. Is that what happened? Yeah, I don't know. I can't say because I actually have no idea. Plotinus wrote the essays that became the Aeneid over a period. Oh, interesting, because I have heard of the Aeneids. The 6 Aeneids. Alright, well, let me put that in really quick. The 6 Aeneids, because Plotinus, what year? 270 AD. 270 AD. The 6 Aeneids. I'm gonna leave that red and come back to it just because like I'm already so ahead that it gives me severe anxiety to go back. But I will add it eventually, and thank you. So Rene Descartes, I am a bit overwhelmed with this. I feel like it's kind of like it's super eloquent, but it's a bit too much. Like it doesn't feel like there's much of a structure here. It's kind of just like free flow of information. And of course he has more books too. So this is just very, very, very brief. Okay. Galileo Galilei. Another shillbot. Online. Galileo Galilei, full text, dialogue. I think with this one, no, just do that. Don't give up, just don't give up, keep going. Keep freaking going, you're almost there, you guys. Oh my god. I feel like I'm going crazy, but every time I watch back my streams, I'm like, no, it's fine. Like, I don't know why I always feel like, well, I'm going on too long, but like, who the heck cares? It's literally for my own This is just for me, myself. Really. Oh, so it's your philosophy you take to the most. Oh, that's interesting. What about it, like, do you enjoy? And, like, feel free to keep talking to me about that. I'm just, like, gonna surf through mindlessly through this, because obviously I, like, not a fan of Galileo either. So several years ago, there was a published in Rome imposed a seasonable silence upon the Pythagorean opinion that the earth moves. There was those who impudently asserted that decrees blah blah blah. To the discerning reader. To this end, I have taken the Copernican side in the discourse, proceeding with a pure modical hypothesis, striving to blah blah blah. Many years ago, I was okay. Semp, LOL. His name is Semp. They're doing the Socratic method here. Back and forth dialogue. I still can't believe that guy's name is Semp. Okay, here's the 3 books of philosophy you were looking for by Agrippa. Oh, really? Where? Thank you. Thank you, Pegasus. I was like, where is it? Do you have a link? Is it like on my comments? I can look at it in a bit. Thank God. Man, I did not expect Galileo's freaking Heavenly Spheres to be a Socratic dialogue with 2 people just like going back and forth asking each other questions, but here it is. Apparently that's what it's like. It's, again, very, very dense and difficult, and it's shilling for a heliocentric model. Meditations on First Philosophy. I might just, I mean, this is more Descartes, so I might just hide that one because we kind of like looked through it. Isaac Newton. Stanford, no, what? Newton. Okay. Newton's Principia. The non-theist rather than atheist aspects of a source. The idea of forms being derived from the concepts of the good, the true, and the beautiful, which are objective realities. What is form? Because, like, I actually struggle a lot with what form even is. Like, I always hear it thrown around, but... On the Art of Kabbalah by Joan Ricklin. I think you might be interested. It's a lesser known. Okay, the art. Thank you. I will Google that really quick. Depending on what year it was made. So it's 1517. I think. Let me just put that in the index. 1517. We just passed the 1500s, but I will put it in here. 1517. 1517 AD. Art of Kabbalah. Very good. And then this is obviously Kabbalah. So, the Art of Kabbalah. Let's just... might be the case I come back to that one, because again, I'm just trying to plow ahead. Also, why is it not loading? Internet archive. Okay, I think I was on Newton's thing really quick though. Try to flush this one out. The hell is this just like not loading? It could be my internet too. Or it could just be the archive page. Oh, there we go. Okay. From the thick darkness of the Middle Ages, man's struggling spirit emerged as a new birth. So, Isaac Newton's the father of physics, right? He was alive in 1666, Jesus. Yeah, this is definitely freaking physics. Holy girl. That, what a freaking 500 pages. Oh my god. I wonder if anyone can freaking actually know what this is saying. Do like physics experts actually know how to break down this? Because this is the most maddening thing I've ever seen. I don't know how much of a shill Newton was. I feel like he was more on like math and science. I think he's the one though that like pushed forward the idea of gravity, which was the shill idea because it's not meant to be a real thing, right? So Plato's Republic is allegory. Forms are an abstract reality. How a chair, for example, always relates to the concept of a chair regardless of the qualities of its objectivity and forms. It like blows my mind. It really does. It's like, I'm like, what? That is absolutely mental. Newton studied alchemy intensely. Alchemy, I mean, okay, to the extent of alchemy, it's just like the transformation of one element to another, right? Like for like, obviously you always hear like transmuting metals into gold as a form of alchemy, but it's also like spiritual alchemy. So I do get kind of confused when like I hear that term. But yeah, gravity being like, what? This is absolutely maddening gibberish to me. So moving on. Alright. John Locke. I'll just read one of his. How about this one? Two Treatises of Government, John Locke. Reader, thou hast here the beginning and end of a discourse concerning government, which fate has filled up in the middle. It's giving Aristotle's politics. John Locke, like, what the hell is the difference between Aristotle's politics and this? But what is this even called again? Two Treatises of Government. Who was John Locke? Why does he feel so familiar, but I actually don't even know who he is? Let me just ask ChatGPT. We're gonna shortcut this one because I don't even know. John Locke, explain. One of the foundational texts in political philosophy, cornerstone of democratic thought. Critique of the divine right of kings. Okay. Locke systematically dismantles the claim that kings are God-given. And then state of nature. Locke begins by describing a hypothetical state of nature which all people are free, equal, and governed by natural law. People have rights to life, liberty, and property. Those natural rights are universal and must be respected. The law of nature dictates that no one should harm another in their life, health, property. Okay, so he seems like a good guy. I don't know where he's from. Is he American? Sounds kind of American. Was John Locke... Wait, no. If 1689 he couldn't have been American, I'm tripping. Was he British? He was British, okay. Was he American in 1632? That was the stupidest thing I've ever said in my life. Why does he sound like an American? It sounds like John Adams or something. Oh my god. Japanese swordsmiths believed in alchemy, the idea that through forging the pressure of the hammer, they infused part of the soul into the sword, making it something greater. Oh, that's so sick. Oh, I love that you guys are into, like, awesome stuff. Yeah, ChatGPT broke this freaking down for me. Whoa. But the way this is written is interesting, though. Like, again, it's got those clauses. Makes it sound like a UN document or something. So proper British ally. It does say American, you're allowed to make mistakes. Most people wouldn't have made it through $3. Thank you. I appreciate it. This is obviously the most dry part of like making a fiction novel. Is any of this? It's like, this is what the creators of like National Treasure had to go through and like to write a good plot and stuff. So even if like I'm trashing 90% of it, just that 10% that I could eventually use as Easter eggs is like perfect for me, you know what I mean? But yeah, I'm aware that I could definitely go much deeper. But again, most people don't, so just even trying is amazing. Okay, Voltaire. We're almost to freaking America. We're almost there. I'm going crazy. Letters concerning English, the English nation. I have no. Where's Voltaire from either? Ah, he's French. No, wait, that can't be what I'm looking for. What am I looking for? Letters concerning the English. Is that really the best freaking Voltaire thing? There's no way. Like, there's got to be better Voltaire books. Most famous Voltaire book. Oh my god. Candid or Optimism. Oh. Works of the Enlightenment. Candid or Optimism. Yeah, this is for my novels. That's why I'm doing it. Cause like I want to build a world, right? And it's inspired by all the gods in super mythology, which was my last stream. But the gods reincarnate, and then they're gonna go through the different political historical eras. So I kind of want the historical eras to be I want it to be kind of like you go through the eras and you meet the most prominent figures in that era as kind of like the people who are your tour guides through that era. So yeah, a lot of these people will be in my novels and stuff like that. Well, let's see. So I don't know, Candid or Optimism. I don't really know which Voltaire book I want to read. Give me options. List of his book. Alexander Pope is who? And Rousseau. Okay, so Candid or Optimism. Satirical novel, and I don't really. I want more like a scholarly text than a novel. A treatise on tolerance. An essay advocating religious tolerance. Philosophical letters. So probably the philosophical letters is what I'm looking for. Oh, so he's like critiquing French society. Voltaire. Okay, so it is the same thing I started off with. I'm gonna go crazy. Yeah, I have Freddie Nietzsche and Jung in. I'll add Alexander Pope and Rousseau. Let me say like top books from their Pope and so. An essay on man. Is this probably the best one? An essay on man. (1733). (1733). Is that what it is? So literally around the same time as Voltaire. 1733 AD. Alexander Pope essay on... Okay, he's a great poet, so... Maybe... I'm looking at, like, because I will get into, like, poetry and stuff in the future. I'll just look at his, like, scholarly stuff first. So Rousseau is 1762. So 1762 AD. The social contract. Jean-Jacques Rousseau. Jean-Jacques. And the discourse on the origin and basic. Okay. Alright, so I've included them. Whew. We are getting there very slow. At this point, I'm gonna like just look into, I think I'll have to create the things later because I'm getting a bit tired now, but I will say, like, if I've, I don't know, I'll put if I've just considered it, I'm gonna put it orange for now, and then I'll come back to it. And if it's not that important, I will put it orange and I'll do it in my own time. But at least you guys can see, like, what the heck my purpose is, and you're getting it. That's the point. Again, I don't even know how loud this music is. Sometimes it's also like weird vocals and I'm like, oh my god. But yeah, thanks for like sticking through this stream with me. I'm getting to the point of delirium, but it's okay. We're almost there. I think what we're gonna do is pull out the most like famous ones. So let's go to Thomas Jefferson, Niche, Young, and then we'll kind of end there because yeah, I wanted to get through everything, but realistically, it's getting to that time where I am so exhausted. But Jefferson. So, Declaration of Independence. Declaration of Independence. Oh, just when I got like the freaking page to work. Unlimited preview. Declaration of Independence. Wait, no, where's the, like, read online? House.gov. Oh my god, why is that so terrible looking? Alright. Oh, sorry. Of course. Yeah, it isn't. Yeah, literally. It's so overwhelming. It's like, what the frig? But again, I'm so behind that I'm just like, I don't even care if I'm going crazy because it's rather I go crazy or I'm like 10 million years behind my deadlines. In Congress, July 4th, unanimous declaration of the 13 United States of America. When in the course of human events, it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them to another, and to assume among the powers of earth the separate and the equal station to which the laws of nature... and of nature's God entitle them a decent respect to the opinions of mankind, requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive to these ends, it is the right of the people to alter it or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. So is this saying that we can basically overdrive the government if it's unhealthy for us, because why aren't we doing that already? The thing with like George Washington studying stuff, he was like the first to like commission the state of Washington, like he like worked with the architect to like decide where to put the White House and all these things. So it's like he worked with this architect that was like clearly a Masonic like overlord, and it was creating like this grid, and eventually like Washington DC became this like pentagram where like the bottom end of the pentagram is the White House, and there's like on the corners is like the other monuments and stuff, and like so that was all happening like during George Washington's time by George Washington's like lead, because obviously that Masonry had only infiltrated, so had the Illuminati infiltrated the Masonic order. All of this influenced by Sir Francis Bacon's work and stuff, and like and all of that left and right. But at the end of the day, like what's written on the Declaration of Independence is still like superior in terms of moral ethics and all that. So it's a really like interesting like dilemma here that we have with George Washington, like being clearly a Mason but still speaking this like such eloquent like beautiful jargon and truth. It's better to be 10 million years behind than crazy. I don't know about that. I'd rather be crazy, because if I will never get anything done. Insurrection is based, yeah, literally. Literally, that's so funny. It was straight up like, hey, if this government is not freaking suiting you, like, make a new one. I wonder when it's gonna get to that time where, like, we're gonna, like, read that and be like, well, sorry, guys, but this two-party system is no longer working for us, because it's never gonna get that way, even though it's written in the Declaration. The history of the present King of Britain is a history of repeated injuries and usurpations, all having in direct object the establishment of absolute tyranny over the states. To prove this, let facts be submitted to a candid world. He has refused to assent the laws. He has forbidden the governments to pass laws. He has refused to pass the laws. So I never realized how much of the Declaration of Independence was like roasting the King of England. I didn't even know that like that was even in it, but obviously that makes sense because we dissipated from England. Cutting off trade with the rest, for imposing taxes on us without consent, for depriving us, for transporting us beyond seas, for abolishing the free system of English laws, for taking away our charters, blah blah blah. So we therefore, the representatives of the United States of America, appeal to the Supreme Judge of the world. Excuse me, Supreme Judge of the world. That's so funny that these united colonies and of right ought to be free and independent states. They are absolved from the allegiance of the British crown. I wish it was that easy to this day to like just make a document and be like, well, sorry governments, but we don't align with you anymore. You know what I mean? Like, we're never gonna get that power back to be able, because at the end of the day, this is not even, George Washington was not a free agent, so. Anyway, interesting. Very, very interesting to read. I think you can't even consider yourself an American without actually like having scanned it. I know we like forced to kind of read it in school, but we like kind of then forget about it years later. Alright. Let's put a green on that Thomas Jefferson. So the next main one that I think, I mean, the Communist Manifesto is main, but it's giving me the creeps right now to even think about it. Especially like going from freaking Declaration of Independence to the Communist Manifesto, but let's just do it. Karl Marx, I mean, he's famous enough to, like, I need to do it. So, so as you can see, we got a mixed bag of, like, evil, good, neutral, playing both sides, controlled opposition here, but that's history, isn't it? Okay, so Karl Marx. This is definitely communism. The language is quite Masonic as well. Judge of the world. It has a Mason. You're right. That's so funny. The supreme judge of the world. I still can't get over that. Why aren't we pulling that card anymore? It's like, excuse me, we have the card of, like, evoking the supreme judge of the world. We're not using it more often. Like, what the fuck? The Communist Manifesto. This manifesto. Read online. Is this really it? Preface. No, it's a preamble. What am I reading? Okay, what? A spectre is haunting Europe, the spectre of communism. All the powers of old Europe have entered into a holy alliance to exorcise the spectre. Pope and Tsar, blah blah blah, French radicals. Where is the party in opposition that has not been decried as communistic? Two things result from this fact. One, communism is already acknowledged by all European powers. Two, it is high time that communists should openly in the face of the whole world publish their views, their aims, their tendencies, and meet this nursery tale. To this end, communists of various nationalities have assembled to the... Oh yeah, I forgot! The Communist Manifesto was drawn up in freaking England, wasn't it? That's freaking weird. The history of all hitherto existing society is a history of class struggles. Freeman and slave, patrician and plebeian, lord and serf, guildmaster and journeyman, in a word, oppressor oppressed, stood in constant opposition to one another, carried on an uninterrupted, now hidden, now open fight, a fight that each time ended either in revolution, constitution, society at large. In the earlier epochs of history, we find that almost everywhere a complicated arrangement of society, a manifold gradation of social rank. In ancient Rome, we have patricians, knights, plebeians, slaves. In the Middle Ages, feudal lords, vassals, guildmasters, journeymen, serfs. In almost all these classes, again, subordinate gradations. The modern bourgeois society has sprouted from the ruins of feudal society that has not the ruins. Our epoch, the epoch of bouginess. I don't think... I'm pretty sure it's bourgeois. Oh my god. Society as a whole is more and more splitting into great hustle camps. I'm sorry, if you're gonna like start with a Communist Manifesto and say like the history of the world was oppressed and oppressed, how is it gonna go into an argument of like, yeah, we should oppress even more, we should oppress even more? Like, where is this going? Also weird how King George's son George was also a Mason. Yeah, they're all freaking Masons, aren't they? Our epoch, okay, from the serfs of the Middle Ages sprang the charter or something, and from the burgesses, the discovery of America, the rounding of the Cape opened up fresh ground for the rising bourgeoisie. The East Indian and Chinese markets, the colonization of America, trade with the colonies, the increase of means, blah, blah, blah. The feudal system of industry in which industry production is monopolized. Where is this going? Come on. Modern industry has established the world market. The discovery of America paved the way. The market has given an immense development to commerce, navigation, and communication. This development has in turn reacted. We see how the modern bourgeois is itself a product of long. Each step in the development and approach class. Okay, where is it gonna get to like the part of like what the hell communism is? Owing to the extensive use of machinery and the division of labor, the work of the proletarians has lost all. Modern industry has converted the little workshop of patriarchal, less skill, exertion. The exploitation of labor by the manufacturer, so he receives his wages in cash. By bourgeois is meant the class of modern capitalists, owners of the means. By proletariat, the class of modern wage labor. This is all written in history. But is this it? Is this all we're getting? Jesus. This gives me a migraine. I don't even understand why anybody would be like, yeah, I just read this and this is amazing. Are you kidding me? Like, sure, it's like reading the Satanic Bible. Like, sure, there's some writing that's like really strong and like it evokes a lot of imagery, but there's no substance to it, and it feels like it's getting derailed. It feels like I'm being brainwashed. That's what it feels like to read that. I feel like that wasn't the whole thing, was it? This is what, like, it's got every freaking communism worked up in arms. That was very unsatisfactory, and I feel like it had no freaking led to nowhere. It seems like it's just trying to, like, change my idea without even giving me, like I mean, sorry, it's trying to be, like, persuasive with no, like, freaking... Okay, it seems like there's more here, so let me, put another link. Critical utopian social. We did not refer to that literature. The first direct attempts position of the communists. Communists fight for the attainment of the immediate aims for the enforcement of the in Poland. What the frick? Are you a communist? Yes. What is the aim of communists? To organize society in a way that every member of it can develop and uses all capabilities and powers to complete freedom. How do you wish to achieve this? By elimination of private property? Bruh! You just yeah! It just went into, like, this whole freaking thing about how everyone's being oppressed and everyone's a slave, and now it's like, you know what would fix that? Is getting rid of property so that the government can own everything, and that everyone can be even more oppressed. Like, what the frick? How is this even, like... It's giving me anxiety to even, like... Ugh. There's nothing like just freaks that want, like, evil perpetuated. It's so sad. Principles of communism. What is communism? Communism is a doctrine of the conditions of the liberation of the proletariat. Proletariat is that in class in society which lives entirely from the sale of his labor and does not It doesn't make sense. Marx... Sorry, what were you saying? It doesn't make sense. Marx just wanted to swap the bourgeois with the proletariat, as if the proletariat wouldn't just turn into the new bourgeois, as if being oppressed was sufficient to stop them becoming... Yeah, exactly. It's like... It makes no logic go... Like, so grimy. Man, this has brought so much evil into the world, and it's just... Yeah, it's just sad that, like, because of an idea written on paper, it can cause all sort of, like, misfunction, and it's sad, isn't it? The whole of Germany shall be declared a single and indivisible. Every German having reached shall have the right to vote. Anyway, at least I tried. I tried to get some information from this. It's obviously more vocabulary than I understand, but hey. At least I can say. Alright, Karl Marx does have another book called Das Kapital. I think I'll just, yeah, entirely black and white thinking. Ah. I think I'll just skip to Friedrich Nietzsche really quick, because at one point I considered myself a nihilist. That was like when I was very young, like 20 something, because I had gone through like that feeling of like, oh, dissipating from the church and not feeling like, because I had grown up Catholic Christian because of my parents. But I never myself considered myself that, because I was always like, this is evil. I always felt like communion was evil. I felt it was evil to like be left alone with a pope. Not a pope, but like a cardinal. Whatever. That, like, when you go tell your sins and like Catholic stuff and you have to just talk to an older man and stuff. So I felt that evil. Then I would see like some Christian faith feel like they were just money laundering stuff. I felt that was evil too, and I was like so opposed to like religion and stuff. So I found nihilism to be like that side of like, oh, okay, well, here's like this belief that nothing is real, nothing is like, so there's no like need for religion kind of thing. But I quickly like realized that was like also depressing me and contributing to to my problems. And so I don't consider myself a nihilist anymore. I'm a Gnostic. There's like, Gnostic is the simulation theorist. So I believe that we live in a simulation and everything. So definitely not nihilist. But I think it would be interesting to put him in my book, because obviously he, regardless, like the fact that I think it's important to like think, sorry, I don't know why I put that. Think about it, nihilism. It's important to have because again, like, it ties into like net void and like, that belief, that not the belief, but like the idea that nothing exists too. So it's like, if you never like think about it, I think that's the wrong way to go too. Like, you just have to think about everything once, and then find what you truly believe in. And with novels and everything, it opens up the floor to like heroes, anti-heroes, villains, and things like that. So I can include these people in my novels, but they don't all have to be heroes. Birth of Tragedy, we got nihilism. Friedrich Nietzsche was born in... I'll just put some context. Whatever may lie at the bottom of this doubtful book must be in question of first rank and effectiveness. I'm getting the energy of like, what the heck is this one book about? Oh, it's not even started. I was like, what? We shall have gained much for the science of aesthetics when once we have perceived not only biological but blah blah blah. These names are borrowed from the Greek. What is going on? The birth of tragedy. I'm wondering like what is meant to. Okay, so from having reading the ChatGPT stand, so it seems like the niche. I didn't know much about Nietzsche's works. I just heard of it through proxy. Like I haven't heard of his like source documents. So I just chose whatever was coming through information wise. But yeah, this one it seems to be more about the critique of the Greek tragedy and like its role. So it's one of his earlier books. So yeah, you're right. Let's look at a different book. So you say Good and is that the name of the book? Good and Evil and Niche. Okay, cool. Thank you. Beyond Good and Evil. Perfect. So let me put that in. Birth of Tragedy. Beyond Good and Evil. So helpful. Thank you. Beyond Good and Evil. So Beyond Good and Evil. Okay. But wow, it's interesting how much Nietzsche like was knowledgeable about Greek philosophy. So it was like he did his whole thesis about portrayed from that. Again, very difficult, and oh my god, we're just getting started. Like, jeez, the free spirit. Whether it be hedonism, pessimism, intelligence, all those modes of thinking which measure the worth of things according to pleasure and pain, that is according to company. To do away with suffering. Seven apophthegms for women. Women has hitherto been treated by men like birds, which losing their way have come down among them from an elevation. I will be honest, I'm not sure where he's going with this, with his writing. Since the French Revolution, the influence of women in Europe has declined. Oh my freaking god. Your favorite is Thus Spoke Zarathustra? Is that? Okay, thank you. Oh. Okay, so let's see. Wow, this is a long one too. The three metaphors of the spirit do I designate to you. How the spirit becometh a camel, the camel a lion, and the lion a child. Many heavy things are there for this. What is that, spirit? Yeah, this is really difficult. What? He's speaking in riddles, 100%. But I will not detract from the fact that, oh my god, yeah, he is an amazing writer. Like, in terms of commanding, like, attention and vocabulary. but it's not as straightforward as I thought it was gonna be, like, in terms of, like, nihilism. Like, where does he even talk about nihilism? Because I've not even seen the word nihilism in his work yet. So, what book does Nietzsche explain nihilism? Oh, so in this one that you were just talking about. Okay, so flags the tendencies of exploration of the constancy, the need for individuals to create their own values in a world devoid of inherent meaning. He wrote a book called The Gay Science. What? It's not as cut and dry as I thought he was gonna be, or like as like inherently dark as I thought it was gonna be. So that's something to keep in mind. This is a lot more prolifically well read, and like, I don't know, just not more like letting you decide your own idea through his writing rather than him shoving it onto you. Like, it's more cryptic, it's more speaking in code than it is like the Communist Manifesto that was like, here, this is what the ultimate truth is, kind of thing. So interesting. He is laughing here. Haha, hoo hoo. Seems like kind of poetry too. Alright, let's see what's gonna be one of our last ones we have, because we're nearing towards the end of my being able to like stay awake. So we just got niche. Oh yeah, I wanted to touch on Jung. I think that's super important. So I do have Beyond Good and Evil listed here too. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna go up to Carl Jung. I mean, I am skipping by Sigmund Freud, the Kabbalion and things like that, which, oh, Nikola Tesla, I wanted to go through Nikola Tesla. Let me think. Okay, if I do, what if I do 4 more, and that will cover me and I'll be happy, okay? So I will do 4 more, you guys. I'm gonna do Sigmund Freud, the interpretation of dreams, because okay, let's see. I just had a freaking nightmare last night, you guys. It was such a bad nightmare. I watched this show and there was just like a horrible scene in it, and then that scene happened in my dream last night, and I woke up. I was so afraid that like what happened in my dream had really happened. So like, you know those early hours in the morning, and like where you're kind of just like in and out of that REM. Like those early hours, I seriously thought that I had experienced whatever that dream was. And then that minute when I actually woke up and I was like, oh, it was just a dream, I was like, oh my god, thank freaking god. I have never been more thankful that that was not my real life. Like, freaking heck. In the following pages, I shall prove that there exists a psychological technique by which dreams may be interpreted. In the application of this method, each dream will show itself to be a sensible psychological structure in the waking state. The processes which give rise to strangeness and obscurity of the dream. The ancients before Aristotle did not consider the dream a product of the dreaming mind, but a divine inspiration. In ancient times, the two antagonistic streams, they distinguished between true and valuable dreams sent to the dreamer to warn him to foretell the future, and vain, fraudulent, or empty dreams, the object of which was to misguide or lead him to destruction. The pre-scientific conception of the dream among the ancients was certainly in perfect keeping with their general view of life, which was wont to project as reality in the outer world. I'm finding Freud a lot easier to understand. Like much better structured, much better structure. Like, you know where it's going kind of thing. That's like such a good mark for an author. We will get to Jung in a few seconds. Sorry, I just want to look at this really quick. The naive judgment of a person on awakening assumes, if indeed it does not originate in another world, at any rate has taken the dreamer into another world. You know that movie Waking Life? It kind of reminds me of it. Wait, it's giving me this vibe. It's like, it was like a animation movie, but it's really good. It's like, kind of, it makes you feel like you're either in like a dream merged into like reality kind of thing, like, you know, like you can clearly see it looks like real life, but it's got that like painting kind of mesmerizing dreamy feeling. And I feel like this was probably inspired by some of Freud's work. The Freud biography by Irving Stone. Okay, thank you. I'm gonna write that in my notes here. Further reading. So there are obviously more books by Freud too. So I'm actually interested in like, so if this one's about dreams and stuff, oh, there's Plato. If this is about dreams, then which one's about like family and stuff? Oh, it's like books by I'm blanking and it's in the front of my face. Freud. The Agony and the Ecstasy. It says that. Yeah, I'll just keywords. The ego and the id. That's probably one I'm trying to remember. What, the Agony and the Ecstasy. Is that Freud? Is it the Passions of the Mind, is it? Oh no, oh, that's the Irving Stone one. Oh, I see, okay. Irving Stone, the Agony and the Ecstasy. So this, that, okay, I see. So that's like the criticism, not the critic, yeah, the further reading. A novel about Sigmund Freud, The Complex Life. Three essays on the theory. Three essays on the theory of sexuality. What is that? I'm like about to type in something terrible. Oh, it's a Freud book. Okay. This is probably like what you were saying, like what I was asking. Right. It's about the family, like the ideas. Cause that's, I remember taking like AP psychology. long time ago, like 10 years ago. And that's something I do remember about Freud, primarily psychosexuality. Yeah, it is quite freaking fascinating, honestly. And a lot of the Scientology stuff like does derive a lot from the understanding like Freud's work too, because while I obviously am against like Scientology religion and Scientology founder and everything that has to do with institutional Scientology, after reading like the Scientology handbook and Dianetics by L. Ron Hubbard, even though like I disagree with the author and everything, there are things that about like psychoanalytics that they took from Freud that I was like actually super amazed by, that of like I talked about this before, but it's like when you're a kid you just absorb all this like energy, and especially like the way people talk to you, your parents talk to you, and then obviously like just from Freud's research of like what the human condition is like when you're born and how your parents play into it is really interesting. And I think for like anyone writing characters or anything, it is something that you got to like look more into, of like how psychology shapes us, but how it shapes the characters in your book. My god, what am I'm like going through infinite loopholes here with trying to find this book. Sorry, I've got ChatGPT up again. Whoops. Okay. I have more to look into here, but I think we'll skip Freud for now. So the next would be, let me just put a green under Freud. The next would be Nikola Tesla. So Tesla has a book apparently. I don't know if it's actually his, but inventions. Oh, so it's an autobiography apparently. Autobiography of Nicolas Tesla. Read online and see if it'll come up. Oh, it does. Whoa, sick. This is so awesome. This is what I live for. Honestly, he sounds like such a hero, Nikola Tesla. Like, if he was a real person and not just a made-up controlled opposition, but if he was a legit person, honestly, so fascinating. Writing theory can get so deep that a lot of writers never write a book. Yeah, literally. They just study the theory and methods, never getting to the actual work. Theory is easy to study, but translating theory into practice is an art form, yeah. Engaging in manner is an art form, yeah. 100%. Are you a writer too? Because like you do seem interested in a lot of the writing element. Because I've not really met many other writers, so, but at least I have you guys who are like advanced intellectuals and like experts in just like everything that interests you. So, oh, I didn't even know that he like wrote anything. So I know his like documents got seized when he was murdered, although they don't say he was murdered. You've written in a bit. Oh, interesting. Tell me more about your writing. Do you write fiction, nonfiction? And if you have read fiction, I'm curious how you like approach writing your characters, or like how many characters you make and things like that. Ah! Alright, let me find the full text here. You haven't written anything serious or really made money, but I love the song Absolute Banger. I just put like the, what do you call it, like royalty free on Spotify, and this is what came up. But yeah, it's like there's some freaking, I love like progressive house. My inventions. Okay, so you haven't like written anything serious, but I mean, who the heck cares about like making money or writing anything serious? I care about like if you've like made yourself proud. That's fundamentally it. Like, and like novels or screenplays or what? What artist is this? The artist is, oh my god, it's actually moved on from. Oh, it's moved on from my playlist, so it's actually not royalty free. This is called Super 8. The song is called Flare. But back to the royalty free EDM. I hope YouTube doesn't mute my video, but I think it's okay. It was like super obscure songs. Okay, so Tesla would be a freaking awesome character. I think I would watch a movie about Tesla. I don't think anyone's ever made one that's like told the truth about Tesla. Now, whether or not this book, you heard this in a trance night. Oh, sick. No, yeah. Okay, so whether or not that freaking, this book is like gonna actually drop his actual truths and how he believes is debatable, because like if they like took away all his documents when he died, I can't see them not censoring his autobiography, right? So I think with Tesla you're gonna have to read a lot of obscure writings about him, like more people who actually were like putting together the puzzle pieces, because it seems it's going to be too much interference with like the government, because obviously they wanted him, if he was a real guy, to like have nothing to do with sharing any sort of valuable truth. But yeah, I think like as far as a cliffhanger, not a cliffhanger, oh my god, like, oh, what's the word for it? There's a word for it. As far as like a climax. As far as a climax. A great climax. A great climax would be Tesla, right before his death, and like whatever documents and papers he was like organizing, and whatever that was meant to come to light, kind of like a future alternate reality where if Tesla hadn't been murdered or whatsoever, if his ideas and truth had been allowed to kind of like go forth, that's a great climax. So I might write that into like the discovery of free energy. But yeah, this is the meeting with Edison was a memorable event in my life. I was amazed at this wonderful man who, without early advantages, had accomplished so much. I had studied a dozen languages, delved into literature, and spent my best years in the library reading all sorts of stuff, from Newton's principles to blah, blah, blah. I had won Edison's confidence, and then Edison stole my ideas and sold it all for money. Where is it gonna get to that part? The discovery of the Tesla coil. The revolution Tesla coil. This is like, yeah, Kitty Script's introduction into what the real story is. Definitely not giving you the whole conspiracy here at all. Because people study this in school and they're not allowed to tell people the real truth. But anyway, alright, so Carl Jung is next because we got Nikola Tesla in. Now, I'm skipping like Manly P. Hall and Rene Guignon, and they're also super interesting. I think what I could do in the future is probably do more like a cryptography study. So I'm gonna like skip those for now because I could definitely foresee myself like making a cryptographer's stream, just for like Manly P. Hall and people like that. So let's end with Carl Jung and Nick Land, and then we're good. Yeah, it would be something like 0 point energy and tapping into the ether for real. Frick yeah, like that. I honestly, it like blows my mind, like, cause like all these experiments of like anti-gravity and stuff, they're not even that expensive to like make, and a lot of them are on YouTube and stuff, and like there's people who are like here and there solving the free energy thing, but it's still not become this like mainstream movement yet, which is so annoying. Well, neither has like the flat earth. I mean, flat earth has gone in mainstream, but like in the COINTEL side, it's not gone into like organic mainstream yet. Alright, so Carl Jung is someone that I've been asked to look into a few times, so it's like it's finally happening, you guys. Carl Jung, I started like this whole like theory of like going into Joseph Campbell's work, and that everyone was telling me, well, you gotta look into Carl Jung because that's what Campbell bases everything off of and things like that. So here we are, Carl Jung, read online. Yeah. Okay. The archetypes and the collective unconscious. Oh, I can't borrow it. Get out of town. Really? Wow, we finally reached a roadblock where they're not letting us. Preview only. Really? Let me see if it's on script. It's not gonna be the source, so Really? Free? Okay. Oh no, why is PDF Drive not working? That's like driving me crazy. Archetypes in cinema, interesting. Carl Jung shot. What is that? Carl Jung, Darwin. So yeah, I can only really find criticisms on it. But it seems like Jung invented archetypal structures. Not invented it, but like made it popularized. Jungian archetypes within cinema. Oh, interesting. Carl Jung referred to his psychological theory as being strictly analytic, which prevailed at the time. However, many contemporary writers feel that the term archetypal is a more apt description of the Jungian approach. Archetypes are archaic, which have existed for a long time. The parental archetypes. This is really cool. I like this because this is giving context to like why Joseph Campbell would have worked on Star Wars. It's like for Star Wars story was simple. So what was it? Yeah, I see how like important this idea of like archetypes is for an audience because you gotta make it relatable. Okay, so the Red Book. Let's see if I can find the Red Book. Red Book, Carl Jung. Read online. The first few decades of the 20th century saw a great deal of experimentation in literature and the visual arts. Writers tried to throw off limitations, blah blah. Artists and writers collaborated. Psychologists. Who was Carl Jung? He was born in 1875. Jung had bought some land, blah, blah, blah. It's still the introduction, oh my god. I still feel like it's the introduction. Like, what is going on? Ah! If you're boys, your god is a woman. If you're a woman, your god is what? Here is an alternative link that might work for that book. Okay. Oh wait, I can't even click on links on here. I can't find the link. Sorry, I'm like looking it through the Streamlabs portal and it's not apparently not showing up. But I'm getting to that point where I'm so tired that I can't even keep my eyes open. How long have I been streaming? 4.5 hours. This is, guys, I think this is like my personal record. I don't think I've ever streamed for 4 hours, and it's getting to sleepless nights. I just read that. That's exactly how I feel. But I'm glad I've like gotten to the stage of like breaking it past, not letting, like I said, like you just scan stuff. Don't let it get you down. Because at the end of the day, why I'm building this resource is to keep looking back at it. So I don't need to like get it all in one go. I'm gonna keep looking back at it, and that's how I feel like I can help myself in the most realistic way. All right, so the last thing I wanted to touch on is, well, Zecharia Sitchin is a very interesting author too. So he wrote a bunch of books. Genesis Revisited is one of them. I think what interests me about Zecharia Sitchin is that he took the oldest language. He took the oldest language. Sorry guys, that was really loud. He took the oldest religion and studied it. He learned Sumerian, studied the Sumerian tablets, and from there idealized of a different way that the Sumerian tablets could be interpreted. And he really thinks that like Earth was founded by the Anunnaki of the Sumerian lore, and that they basically created humans for a particular reason. And it's very interesting, but I wouldn't say that I am like a Sitchin follower. I'm just interested in it. I think it's good to have on your reading list. But yeah, a lot of it I think is also disinformation, but it's just interesting to make yourself aware of Sumerian criticism. So again, I'm a Gnostic, so for me, anything that's not talking about the simulation is like disinformation, and this doesn't talk about the simulation, but I think it took me steps to get into it. Sorry, I'm just gonna write it. It took me a few steps to get into Gnosticism. Like I wasn't, so like I said, I went from like having been forced into like Catholic Christian into feeling agnostic, discovering nihilism, breaking out of that by discovering spirituality through astrology, through numerology, through gematria, and then after having an extensive like spiritual awakening through these esoteric tools, then I started to read things like Sitchin, and then I was like, oh, so for some time I was kind of like an alien theologist like Sitchin. I was like, oh, okay, so the Anunnaki, so like these aliens basically populated Earth. So I was like in that theory for a while that like aliens had populated Earth, blah blah blah. And that was like the extent of my like spirituality for a long time, was stopping at Sitchin. And now I've gone past this and like gone into Gnosticism, and Gnosticism to me is where everything makes sense, where to me I've explained this in my like sacred text stuff, but yeah. Right, back on the Red Book by Jung was where he was writing a diary, implementing his dreams and active imagining. I so far what I've read about Jung I really like. I love that it's got a lot to do with cinema, and how like you can almost not separate cinema without Jung's archetypes. So that is something to like definitely explore and into more like. Oh my god. Okay, I want to end this with new research that I've just recently gotten into. Wait. Wait, why is it not? Oh my god. I see what's happening. So Nicoland is, so the year I was born, right? In England, this philosopher started writing this book, so I'm gonna try to find it. Although I don't think it's available for free because it's not past the public domain mark. So, or is it? I don't know. Maybe. Let's see. Oh, okay. I guess you can read it for you can read it. So. A lot of his work has ideas that were taken from Gnosticism. So, I think Nicolas, no, not I think, I'm pretty sure, because you read it online, he's a nihilist, so I don't know about that, but Nicolas has a very interesting idea of like the numerogram and past, present, future kind of colliding, and it's kind of reminds me of like time travel. I don't know if his books talk about it so much so as his like lectures, but yeah, that's something that I was like kind of flabbergasted by because I had never heard of it before. Numerogram. Oh my god, I did not write that right. Numerogram. Sorry, I'm so tired. It's very complicated apparently, because like it's one of the most complicated things I've ever tried to read or to even understand what I'm trying to like get out of. But it at the same time, it's very interesting. He obviously reads like he did the same thing. He just like read everything. Other collected works, like what I'm just doing now, he did a very similar thing. So we went through Aquinas, we skipped Kant, but he was in there. Nietzsche, Marx, Plato, Aristotle, you know what I mean? So it's like he's got that same like combined synthesis going on. But yeah, Nicolas has a lot to do with like AI and the future of accelerationism and things like that, dystopia. So again, a lot of things that like are in the Matrix series, for example. And Plotinus criticizes Gnosticism, but shares some core aspects with it. Oh, sick. Okay, cool. Thank you. I appreciate that because I will definitely look into it. I should have a whole Gnosticism stream too. Oh my god. Guys, it's getting to that point where I have reached my that part where I'm just like, woohoo. And speaking of modernity, we acknowledge that an insatiable historicization has befallen the earth, a shockwave of obsolescence, far from escaping the frenzy of abolition. Alright, guys. I think that's it for now. I am really tired, but I've had a lot of fun making this presentation on the spot. And hopefully it's been enlightening. I've had some really great discussion with you guys on this so far, so thank you so much for sharing your journey and like ideas with me, because like there's been a few times where you're like, oh, this book or this author, I'm like, oh, I didn't even think about that, or things like that. So again, thank you so much for being here. I can't wait to like incorporate more into my books, bring people like Plato and Aristotle as characters and things like that. So thank you. Happy Halloween, guys, and I'll be back shortly. Let me see my calendar. Let me see my calendar what my next like idea, what I was like trying to go for, because I definitely put deadlines, like I said, and it just really depends on how I'm doing that week to see if I can do it. So I put a stream in tonight, and I was like, I'm gonna do it, so I did it. So next week, okay, next week I'm gonna start with the classics. So, oh my god, the music is really loud. So the classics are gonna be obviously like like William Shakespeare, for example. Who else? Just like I've already read it, but like Homer, Iliad and Odyssey. And the classics would also be like Frankenstein by Mary Shelley, or Dracula. Classic. God, there's so many classics that I could probably squeeze in there. But yeah, I will probably take another month to stream it, just so I can like buy the books I need, start reading it, and have that stream prepared. But after I'm done with the classics, I'm gonna start with Lord of the Rings. So I will do a Lord of the Rings stream. Well, it will be like The Hobbit, Lord of the Rings, the Silmarillion, and things like that. And then after, let me just take you through, because it's a bit fun. So after the Lord of the Rings, I'm trying to finish this all in one freaking year, in a few months, I mean. Then I'm going to go through in order of like how these things were created. So Lord of the Rings, we're talking about like late 1800s, No, he was born in late 1800s. We're talking about early 1900s. Then we have Chronicles of Narnia, Star Wars, in terms of like obviously it doesn't have a book, but okay, so during the Star Wars era, I'll look more into Carl Jung and things like that. And thanks for the download on another book from China. Then Game of Thrones. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to read it all. It's definitely gonna be one of those I'm like just looking through pages, but I think there's like several of them too, so I don't know if I can get that done in a week. But again, scan it. Harry Potter I read back when I was a teenager, but I'm gonna try to read again, just because like maybe I'm not like that inspired by it anymore in terms of like I don't know, like the whole high school thing, I don't know, but what I am inspired of it on the flip side is like the use of magic and all the like Latin phrases, also like the cryptograms that she would include, like the whole thing with Lord Voldemort and how he flipped his name around and things like that. So there's a lot to like still learn even as an adult from Harry Potter. Oh, you like Game of Thrones? Good. I was worried about Game of Thrones because, like, I tried watching the TV show. And I was like, this is too provocative. This is too NC-17 for me. I'm not about this. But maybe the book's different, or at least the book's a little bit, like, got more substance to it. Then I'm going to go into Twilight. Yes, I know, like, why the heck am I reading Twilight? I like the idea of vampires. Vampires is a central theme to, like, my book series too. Hunger Games, I'm like, I'm not sure if I'm excited about that one. I like the movies, but I'm not sure if the books will hold up. And then I am gonna start a writing schedule, storyboard, and then by February when I turn 33, I'm gonna start my first chapter. So then I have to, like, I've given myself about 6 months to finish my first book. So, yeah. I mean, the thing with all this is, like, I could spend decades, like, having tried to learn more about these sacred texts or these scholarly texts, but if I spend 10 years doing that, I would, like, who knows? I like, no day is guaranteed. Like, that's why it's important to, like, to crank as much volume as you can in a short amount of time, because, like, you just never know how short life could be, and no day is guaranteed. And so it's like, I don't want to waste 10 more years knowing that I don't even know if I have 10 years guaranteed on this life, you know? So the more I can, like, the more value I can put into my work, but the faster I can do it, is really going to elevate my creativity. It's going to, like, just get things out on paper, and I hope that I can inspire you guys to do the same if you're on this journey. So yeah, thank you again for spending Halloween with me. It was so fun to, like, look into spooky freaking texts. Like, some of them were real spooky, really weird texts, were really difficult to read. But yeah. Oh, no way, you guys are reading it too. So yeah, okay. Well, we'll have a lot to catch up on when we're, like, at that point. Oh my god, I am, like, I am good for the night, you guys. It's only 9 o'clock, but since I've been streaming for 5 hours, I kind of want to, like, stay for 10 minutes just to make it 5 hours, but I don't really have anything, like, to add. I'm trying to think, what do I have that I could end on? Oh, I don't know. What can I do for 10 minutes? Okay, should I bring out a book? Let me just bring out some more books. I'll be right back. Okay, guys, so I've brought in some books to try to, like, fill 10 minutes worth of, I might not even get to 10 minutes, but I really want to freaking, like, cross that 5 hour threshold to just be like, yeah, I streamed for 5 hours. So what I have here is some books that, again, so this is next. This is William Shakespeare. I found this, like, secondhand. It smells like one of those old bookstores that you're like, ugh. But it's so, like, old and looking that I was like, this is the version that I want. I don't want a new version. I want this version of William Shakespeare, please. So here we go. I have a few other. This is, like, volume 2. So they all have different. This one's, like, all about King Henry. I don't know. I didn't know. But The Life and Death of King John. Act 1, Scene 1, King John's Palace. So Shakespeare's so cool because it's written like a play. So this is a kind of like a film screenplay. I love tea too. I love chai tea specifically. Actually, I could actually bring over the tea that I drink. I love chai tea. I love English black tea with milk, oat milk. That's so good. And then like, I also really like matcha tea. I was kind of drinking coffee on and off, but the coffee kind of felt like it would spike. I mean, this is what obviously it does. It spikes my energy and then it crashes, and I was like, I can't. Not only that, it's just I needed a lot of milk for the coffee ratio to like, and it just failed. Now I just stick to tea and that's it. I don't drink soda. But yeah, Shakespeare's nice because of the old. It's got the archaic spelling of words, and again, central to my theory of like if Shakespeare was a real person or not. Next we have The Hobbit, which I started reading, but I backtracked because I was like, I can't read The Hobbit or any of Tolkien's work without having gone back and like read Aristotle and Plato and Homer, and like, because I feel like you can't really enjoy Tolkien without understanding like where he drew his influences from. Like if I hadn't even looked into like the Celtic sacred texts or like the Nordic sacred texts, I would have never realized that Gandalf, like he stole like Gandalf from the Celtic sacred texts, and there's some other Nordic gods that he took from. So it's like, if you're not gonna like educate yourself on how Tolkien would have approached, his books, it almost feels empty, you know what I mean? So that's why I really liked taking a backtrack, educating myself first, catching up to speed, and then being like, okay, I'm ready for Tolkien. And Tolkien, one of the earliest novelists. Hobbit, I love that. I was like, I had read the beginning and I stopped, but I got to the point where he had met Gollum. And I love that, okay, when he meets Gollum, Gollum's like doing this wordplay. I think the chapter is this, Riddles in the Dark. Yeah, Riddles in the Dark is the name of the chapter. And it's when he meets Gollum. And so it's so cool because he goes like, so Gollum kind of wants to kind of like dupe is it? No, it's not Frodo. It's Bilbo Baggins, who's related to Frodo. But so Bilbo meets Gollum, and Gollum is like trying to deceive him. But so the way he's doing it is like through riddles. And so there's this whole like section of The Hobbit. I don't know if you can read it, but you'll see like this section is a riddle. And then this is like him trying to guess the riddle, and then he goes on to the riddle. It kind of reminds me of like the Troll Under the Bridge stories, where it's like, yeah, you gotta pay the toll troll. Like, that's kind of like how I'm saying, like he's trying to outsmart Gollum through riddles, and I'm like, oh my god, that's so like cool. I don't know, I never realized how much of a children's book The Hobbit was really, and I know it gets so much more dark with Lord of the Rings, so I'm excited for that. Matcha is great if you get the good stuff. Yeah, literally, true. Like, if you get all the really, low-grade matcha, it doesn't even feel like you're drinking anything very good. Do you read The Republic? One of my favorite books. Didn't we start with The Republic by Plato? Am I going crazy? Did we not? We did. Because... was it The Republic by Plato or Aristotle? No, I think it was Plato. Is that the one you're talking about? Because there might be a few republics, but this is definitely Plato, The Republic. Sorry, that's the chapter, but it's how Socrates would approach a city-state and how people should operate within it. I wouldn't, if you're talking about Plato, oh yeah, okay, yeah, we did go through it, yeah. My favorite Plato collection is a Phaedrus, so let me see if or Phaedo. Oh, there's two. Phaedo is Plato's allegiance with the soul, that these people reincarnate, which is something I was so shocked because like when I hear reincarnation and stuff, I didn't realize that even the Greeks believed in it, and I always thought it was like a Buddhist thing. But no, like if you read Socrates, he does, and Socrates, Pythagoras, Plato, Aristotle, I believe all of them, they believed in the transmigration of the soul, so with the basically reincarnation. So Phaedo is like when Socrates is sentenced to death and how he believes, you know, that life doesn't end after death and things like that. But Phaedrus is an interesting one because it's about love, and I guess I had just never thought about philosophers talking about love. So I really like Phaedrus. But the Republic, right, you were talking about how the cave, yeah, it was like one of the first ideas about the cave, although there's a few writings. I feel like I don't even understand the cave yet. Like, it's one of those things that gets thrown around so many times. So I'm just like, do I even understand how, like, what it even means? But I tried to look into it earlier, and I was like going crazy. I still couldn't understand it. Okay, so George R. Martin, we've got Game of Thrones here. This book was lent to me, so I'm borrowing it, but okay, let me just like read it really quick, like for the next 2 minutes, because just to cross over to that 5-minute mark. So he's also pulling a King James Bible map side quest here / Tolkien. I'm pretty sure he does this in Lord of the Rings too. Depends what copy of the book you get, but I do love maps. I think, oh, he has quite a few maps. So he has north, south, and I believe these are all fictional places. So I think there's some AI websites or whatnot that allow you to make maps nowadays without like having any artistic like talent with maps. So if you want to include maps, it's now a lot easier. But yeah, these are what you have to look forward to in the future. For example, Shakespeare, Tolkien, and Game of Thrones and whatnot. Again, thanks so much. It's been 5 hours now. I can't believe that I've crossed the threshold. But yeah, we're here. And again, thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. It's been so fun. And peace be on earth. Happy Halloween.